that are just yacht club members. They have boats, and they use the food and they use the boats, but the marina rather, but they're not allowed to use the pool, the beach, or the tennis. They're strictly yacht members, marina memberships.
In addition to those two, do you also have a dining membership?
No,
Oh, there's no such thing?
no.
And what about tennis? Is there just a tennis membership?
Yes.
How does that work? Just to follow on Mr. Gladstein, how does that work? I'm sorry, Robin.
We have just tennis members,
And they can do what?
tennis and food.
Tennis and food, okay. So when you refer to members events, they would be comprised of people who were the entire club, the yacht club, or tennis membership?
David,
Any members of the club.
Right. I'm sorry,
David,
Robin.
remember that a non-member event as defined in our code is something not hosted or financially guaranteed by a member. It doesn't mean only members attend. So if I'm a club member and I have a wedding for my daughter there, that's a member event, even if no one else who comes is a member. That's a non-member, that's a member event. Just
Right.
remember, that's the way our code defines it.
Right.
So a
Thank you.
non-member event is only something that's totally extraneous, like a school.
Right, I understand. I was just trying to
Terrific.
understand the different memberships, so that those memberships would, I was under the impression, I thought I got it from the website, but that there was a dining membership. But you're correcting me in saying that that's erroneous, correct?
Yes.
So those are the only three types of memberships you have: entire, the yacht club, and tennis, right?
And then we have varying levels of family, couple, or single membership.
Well, that would apply to any one of these, correct?
Yeah, so we have multiple levels of membership, and then within those levels of membership, there are different levels of participation. So it wouldn't be fair to charge a single person a club membership the same rate as a family of six. So we have different levels to accommodate different people, different family sizes, and different intensities.
Can you explain the difference between a member event and a non-member event in terms of music or restrictions or member events? You hold them outside with amplification. I know non-member events are subject to the special permit, but what do you typically do for member events?
We don't differentiate. We have not had an outdoor amplified event in 3 years.
Well, now,
Most events are indoors.
okay, well, I think one of the things that we're going to be asking you, if you want to address it now, that's fine.
Sure.
On April 16th, the club held an event which was heard almost a mile away. It was incredibly loud. We heard from members of the public. People were sending us videos. People were sending us audios. I, for one, was in the area. I thought that Harbor Island was having a outdoor concert, and it turned out to be an event at your place. The amplification.
The event was a wedding. It was a member of the club. It was also a resident of Shore Acres. So it was one of your neighbors had a wedding. He's a member of the club. He lives in Shore Acres. He's part of SAPOA by extension. It was an Indian wedding. Their traditional weddings begin with a procession. And they started at the front of the driveway to the club, and they walked to the club. And the groom was part of that procession. So that was something that was atypical. It was a member event, a Shore Acre resident. It was a traditional Indian procession to a wedding. We weren't aware there was going to be a procession, but they all congregated at the front and then walked up to the clubhouse and went inside. I was not there at the time.
Have you seen the emails that we received?
I've seen some emails, yes, sir.
Okay, they were
And
all,
there might be new ones that I'm not aware of.
They were posted, I think, last week.
Yeah.
And we did see them.
okay.
So what you're saying is that the party was held indoors and that the music during the party was also indoors.
Yes, the only thing that was outdoors was the procession to the club. It was in the afternoon. I believe it was 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It wasn't in the evening. There was a procession to the club. The entirety of the wedding started with a cocktail party and proceeded to dinner. And it was all indoors, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions, or should we take someone from the public? Does the applicant have any further?
Just a question for council and the board. My understanding, because you started the meeting with the legal statement, is you're correct, we would need 3 votes to get an approval.
Correct.
But unlike an appeal from the building inspector's determination on a variance or interpretation, if we don't get the 3 votes, it's not a denial. It's not a default denial. Just making sure that's.
I'm sorry, if you don't get the 3 votes?
On a variance, if you, let's say, have a 2-2 vote, it's considered a denial. On a special permit, that's not the case.
Special permit is the same, I believe.
No, it's only on an appeal from the building inspector, I believe.
All right, well, take that up. That question has never come up before to my knowledge, but my understanding.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
My
to-
understanding that the way the code is, the way the village law is written is that it has any decision of the board, but, you know, I don't know, I'll defer counsel. Charlie, you understand the question?
I do. I have the answer to that. I'm just searching my emails for some prior research.
Oh,
On that.
okay, great.
I don't think it'll matter this evening because a resolution hasn't been prepared.
Yeah, there's no resolution tonight anyway, right?
Delivered.
I'm sorry then for bringing it up. I apologize to the board.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize. But,
It's one of those questions that I have to look up the answer every time it's asked.
well, this time we're gonna make you memorize it, Charlie.
Yeah, I probably will.
Okay. All right, do we have someone else then who wants to speak? Do any members of the public? I believe there was someone earlier who said they wanted to. I believe it was Beverly Sherrod, my memory serves me.
Yes, am I?
You are. Oh, by the way, to the applicant, are you aware there was also a petition that we received?
Yes, that was addressed at the last meeting. That was
I
in
just-
March.
Okay. No, that was the May. That petition was in May.
Then we did not see it.
May of 2020,
2020.
No, 21, excuse me. You're right,
2021.
21. You're right.
Yeah, we had testified.
I know, okay.
It was there was an event May 20th, 2021. Interestingly, it's the same event we're hosting tonight, the Holy Child School Prom. There was a retirement party on June 12th, 2021, and then a bat mitzvah October 23rd, 2021, that we did respond to during the last hearing and post. And we testified, I did, that in those events, doors were left open to the club building due to COVID. We were asked by parents to leave the doors open. This was still 2021, the height of COVID.
Okay.
And yes, there was amplified music indoors that was escaping to the exterior. We submit to that
That
special
petition-
circumstance.
That petition was refiled with 7 new signatures on it, with a note that if you oppose the 2022 renewal of Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club special permit and support the restriction of amplified music after 7 p.m. or 9 p.m., please sign below. And it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people signed below on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you okay?
Just
Yes.
Mr. Wexstein's question, you're right. So this is a special use permit application. So if a majority of the board does not deny or approve, it's a non-action.
Thank you.
Okay. So a majority, so it takes to have the action, it's a majority, correct?
Correct.
Fair enough. All right, we have a member of the public here, I believe, Ms. Sheridan.
Yes. thank
Good
you.
evening.
Thank you. Good evening. May I ask a question? I have a few things I want to say, but may I ask one question that I thought of? When you were talking, Mr. Roncati, when you were talking about.
Excuse me, Ms. Sheridan, excuse me. What we do is, I neglected to point this out, I apologize. But the public doesn't ask questions of the applicant. You can pose what
Yes,
questions you think should be, but you're speaking to the board, okay? That's,
Okay.
we don't allow that. But-
Does the board know? Is that my question? Does the
Well,
board?
no, you can say, I would suggest the board ascertain such and such if you want. You can do
Okay.
that.
I suggest the board ascertain whether the current management of the club is using the same, has a membership category that was used by the prior owners of offering weekend short-term staycation memberships. That's a question.
Okay, that's a very good question. I thought okay, fine. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
You have anything else or?
Oh, yes, I do. That wasn't what I came to
Okay.
say at all.
All right.
Okay, my name is Beverly Sherrod, and I am the president of the Shore Acres Property Owners Association. I'm not going to summarize all the documents that were filed because you can read as well as I can. I did want to make a few comments to clarify what SAPOA is thinking about and trying to accomplish. I don't know whether the members of this board are aware or recall that in 2019, SAPOA signed a memorandum of understanding with the new owners of the club, in which essentially the club all they had to do was agree to comply with federal, state, and local laws. These would be laws that were governing private nonprofit membership clubs. Many of them relate to the quality of life in the community, or a lot of them relate to environmental matters, which I realize are not your concern. And the village, as was expected to enforce its regulations and keep records, and SAPOA, in exchange for this, would not object to legitimate club activities. And this continues to be our position. We have had, however, over the last 3 years, numerous complaints from residents, some of which you've seen, and they fall under the aegis of various village entities, including the zoning board. I think some of them would easily be remedied, such as complaints about noise, which would be yours. And some of these complaints may be unwarranted. It may be that large events with busloads of people were member events, but we have no way of verifying that. And we've had no access to reliable documentation, and that's why we've been concerned over this time. I remember that Mr. Shallow said that he was drawn to the Beach and Yacht Club because of its great natural beauty. And I want to say that that's why we live here in Shore Acres too. It's the same reason. People in Shore Acres understand about the importance of recovering one's investment and earning an income. We have to do the same things. Shore Acres residents are governed by state, federal, and local laws. From time to time, we need to prove that we're in compliance with them. And we think the same should be true of the Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club. And we understand about private property in Shore Acres. It's my right to use my property, but I can't let it diminish, for example, on the value of the Beach and Yacht Club. And the same thing is true for the Beach and Yacht Club. We're neighbors. We don't have to like each other. We don't have to invite each other for dinner every Saturday night. But we do have to respect our mutual rights to quiet enjoyment of our homes and our neighborhoods. And we all have to comply with the laws. And that is what SAPOA is asking for tonight. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the public who has any comments they would like to make?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes, we have some more raised hands. I'm going to
Please.
promote them to
Please,
panelists.
thank you. And when this person is finished, you can promote the next person. Mr. Golub, is that you? See your name there?
Okay. Yeah, panelists should be able to unmute themselves now and speak.
Good evening, Mr. Golub.
So I'm here speaking as a neighbor of the club. I've lived as a neighbor of the club for over 30 years. And during that period of time, there's been at least 3 different administrations of the club. I worked as an ally of SAPOA for many, many years, fighting with the prior owners of the club because they were intent upon not having a club, but wanted to have a condominium development. And for reasons of impact on the neighborhood, as well as for reasons of maintaining Mamaroneck's coastal zone framework, there was objections to the prior owner trying to turn the club into a condominium development. And that was a long, hard fight, and it was successful in stopping those condominiums from being put in place. And there was tremendous amount of conviction that the zoning should be upheld and that the usage of the club's land should be restricted for what it was zoned for, which was to be a marine use with access to the public. One of the things that I've observed now with the new owners is that they actually want to run a club. Undoubtedly, if you could somehow maneuver to turn it into a real estate development, it would be much more profitable. But they have exhibited through their words and their action that they want to run a club. And as the next door neighbor to them, my concern is that if we are going to put onerous restrictions on the club, then you drive someone to be into the real estate business because the club is not viable. And my fear is that the property can become derelict, and that's not good for the aesthetics of the area. It's not good for the safety of the area. It's not good for the peace of mind that we hope to have living in a community like Mamaroneck. I have heard things over many, many years in terms of from the club. The acoustics of the water are unusual. There are some days, depending upon the way the wind blows, you can hear music. A lot of times you cannot hear music. I will tell you that I heard the Indian procession. I happened to have been in my yard and looked over and observed the procession. I'll also confess that rather than being upset by it, I felt a little excited because I had actually been in India and seen a procession, and seeing it, the same thing happening almost in my backyard was really exciting. It was loud, no question. Yeah, that's what made me look over the fence to see it. But it was in my memory, that was probably the only time that my particular property was affected by the sound in an adverse way. And I say that not questioning other people who in different locations, they may have had different experience. I can also tell you that in terms of being a good neighbor, the club has been very friendly in terms of accommodating. In fact, I had a wedding on my property, and my concern was that I was going to be disturbing the club because of the music from the party. The club was actually very accommodative and even let us use some of the overflow parking. So in short, SAPOA and myself fought very hard to make sure that the club property was used as a club. we were fortunate to find a legitimate operator who wants to operate the club. I see with my own eyes the work that they've done to restore the property and to make it safe and make it not be derelict and reinvest in the assets required to run the club. So I believe what they're saying is to be credible. And I just would warn the community that what we risk by making the club uneconomic may lead us into a situation that we don't want to be in.
Okay.
Again, thank you for your.
Thank you, Mr. Gold.
And I just would, lastly, for the record, say I have no financial interests whatsoever in the club. I am not an investor in the club. My daughter once stored a sailboat over the winter there. I'm simply speaking as a neighbor and someone in the community who respects all the things that people said about why we live here and the peace and quiet that we want to have. But I know when I bought my property 30 some odd years ago, I knew it was next door to a club. And I knew that when it was next door to the club, clubs are different than a residential area. So it isn't as if suddenly we had a condominium development that got converted into a club. I would imagine almost anyone who's living in the community knew they were buying something next to a club, and that has some positives and negatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zofnis, did you want to speak? I see you're up.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. First, Mr. Chair, and to the board, thank you for taking the time to hear me and others speaking on behalf of this issue. My wife and I both grew up in Mamaroneck, so I know Mamaroneck, Larchmont, and Rhinebeck very well. My family joined Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club in its first year that it reopened. When I first got there just to see the grounds, I was just blown away at what that club had turned into from being vacant for so long. What I witnessed over the next few years was nothing short of remarkable. I had a chance to get to know Mr. Roncati, Mr. Shallow, my wife and my three daughters got a chance to see with their own eyes the time, energy, and efforts that went into restoring that club. I can tell you that their time and their energy is truly being put toward, from my perspective, a truly enhanced experience for families who are joining. They have turned that club into an oasis. And I'm not biased. I do understand that if there are issues of sound that are disturbances, in this case, it sounds culturally related, which I think has to be taken into consideration. But I also have witnessed them running this club responsibly, taking care of members, taking care of the club, and with good intention. So I just wanted to let you know that I think that within the guidelines of restrictions and regulations, what I've witnessed are responsible club owners. And I just wanted to show my support. And as a member of 5 years, let you know that this has been consistently well run. So I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is
My
there
pleasure.
someone else? Vivian Gotchen, you've been raised, is that correct? Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak from the public?
No, I'm sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can now, yes, correct. You are Vivian, I can't,
Yeah, Vivian Joaquin, yes.
Joaquin, good evening.
That's good evening.
Okay.
And thank you. Yes, I just wanted to say that I'm a neighbor. I live around the corner from Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club. We've lived in the neighborhood for 23 years, and we're always tennis players and members. And when the previous owners left and the property started to get run down, it was really of great concern to us the way that it started to bring down that area. And we were hopeful that someone would take it up and do a good job with making it a good club again. And, you know, one of the previous gentlemen, or actually both of them, have said everything that I need to say in terms of the yacht club and how it's been turned around, how they've put so much into the grounds and their tennis program. just redoing a brand new pool and making it into a proper yacht club, which, we do want to make. Hopefully they'll have an opportunity to make, what am I trying to say? To make a go of it. And as a club, as opposed to having other businesses come in or having it treated as a piece of real estate. When we moved into the neighborhood, we knew that there was a yacht club around the corner and club around the corner that could possibly have noise. We knew that moving in. And we think that if anything, it enhances the neighborhood to have that, being taken care of and maintained so well. And want to just say that I also have no vested interest and just wanted to say that on behalf of our experience with the club.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Does anyone else here? Okay, if not, we'll go back to one question for the president of the club, and that is,
Yes, sir.
are there short-term memberships or all these? How long are the memberships? If somebody's coming in for an event, can they say, okay, I want to be a non-member event, or I want to become a member, so it's not a non-member event?
All of the memberships are seasonal. We don't have any weekend, short-term, weekend pass. Had no idea that might have been done under prior ownership, but we don't offer that. Of course, somebody could join in July for a half-season membership. We normally prorate the fee, but all memberships are annual memberships.
Can people join is it annual by calendar year?
They join whenever. We have people joining now. Our pool just got completed.
Is it a calendar year? Is it the season a calendar year? In other words, is it January 1 or is it?
It's the calendar year. Yes.
Right.
So
somebody
2022, 2021, 2020.
Right. So somebody could come by in November and they would pay 2 months of that year, correct?
They would probably at that point join for the next year's season.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
We're closed in the winter.
I have a question. Do you have, as I recall, and I can't remember which the club had sent us in the past this question, but do you have rules and regulations for events? In other words, is there any rules? So if I'm running an event, whether it's a member or non-member, just out of curiosity, are there any rules? Are there any limits? Can I do whatever I want?
No, we have whenever there's an event, there's a contract, and you have an event, there are in that agreement to have the event, we state what we're going to do and what we expect of the person having the party.
So we'd have rules like you must be out of here by 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. or midnight or whatever it is.
I don't know that we have.
Okay.
I don't recall there being specific rules about when you must leave the property. It's more general in nature. You must be respectful, carry yourself in a respectable manner, your party, follow the rules of staff, etc.
Well, because there is at least some hourly requirements for,
Yes.
in the code. So I was wondering if
Our
people who are
staff,
having parties know that, for example, no event may continue after 12 midnight, Sunday through Thursday.
yes,
Okay.
we adhere to every single rule and regulation. Yeah.
I understand that, but that's not my question. I'm not saying you don't. I'm asking
There was-
if I'm giving the party, whether
The
I'm
party
a member.
has a time limit in the agreement. It
Okay,
says
that's
your
what it
party
says.
will run from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday, or
Got
it'll run to midnight on a Thursday because it's a weekday and we have that deadline. That would be in the agreement. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes.
Just for the record, you have received a lot of correspondence, and none of them suggest that we've ever, certainly over the last 3 years, exceeded the time limits that are in the code or in our special permit.
I wasn't suggesting you do.
No, I know. I know that.
How you did,
Yes,
how you
ma'am.
maintained that.
Any
Yes.
other board member have any questions? Okay. And everyone has spoken from the public who wants to, I believe. Is there Claire Zelenka? I see the name. Is that person been elevated because they want to speak?
Yes.
Oh, good evening.
Hello, hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. I have a question about the special permit. The noise restrictions on the special permit. Does it have noise restrictions and what are they? And I'm sorry I got on late. If you covered that earlier, I apologize, but what are the noise restrictions?
They have to do with the outdoor amplification of music for the most part.
There are no
Okay.
specific noise restrictions in the code. That's what you're
Sure.
asking, except the noise ordinance, but there are no specific, the
Yeah.
code does not have any specific noise restrictions.
Okay, well, not talking about the code, a woman who had been involved in my building, I'm one of the residents at 490 Bleecker, had obtained a copy of the special permit, and that seemed to allow for music till 1 or 2 a.m. on the weekends and 11 on the weekdays. Do you have any of those times there?
Yes. No outdoor music or outdoor amplification can be used after midnight at any non-member events on Saturday or Sunday or after 10:45 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Okay.
You're-
So
you're-
I had there was an event there a couple of days ago, and it was an opportunity for me to record the event from my apartment window. I sent it in to the building department. I'm not sure. I hope somebody got it. If you didn't get it, if you could provide me with an email, I'll make sure that you get it. But you can clearly hear everything from across the water. It's very, very loud. And that's why we are urging you to consider putting some sort of restrictions on the noise. 12 a.m. is just too late in a suburban area. It's just too late. This is not Manhattan. This is Mamaroneck. And you can clearly hear everything that's going on. Thankfully, that was an event that was on a weeknight. And so it did end around 8:30 or 9. But I sent in that recording just so you could see, you can hear everything very clearly. There are people out on the terrace and things are amplified.
This is the outdoor. You're hearing this from the outside,
Oh
correct?
yeah, and from the tape that I made, you can see people out on the terrace.
Okay. We will look at that tape. We have that.
What was the
Do you
date?
have it?
I thought I saw it. Yes, I believe it's
Okay.
it's accessible. I saw a reference to it. I was not able to open it because of where I
Okay.
was.
What was the date of that event?
Hold on. Let me look at my records. If you'll bear with me for a second. I believe it was Thursday night, whatever, not Thursday night, Tuesday night after Memorial Day, whatever day that was.
That's the 31st.
I
That was-
believe that was the day.
Mr.
I don't-
Roncati, did you have an event that day?
There was an event last week. There was no amplified outdoor music. It was a member bar mitzvah party.
This didn't sound like a bar mitzvah. It sounded more like they were honoring people from various classes from 2021, 2022, and before that. And prior to thinking to record this, there was music playing, amplified music that was very easy to hear from across the water. I unfortunately didn't think to start recording until I heard everybody talking, but you could clearly hear, it sounded more like an adult thing. I don't think it was a bar mitzvah.
There was a bar mitzvah last week. It might have been Thursday. I'm texting my banquet director right now to see what was on 31st.
Okay, let me see what my, oh,
But again,
I have May 26th. I have May 26th. It ended around 9 p.m. on May 26th. I also have club noise recorded on May 7th and May 14th.
So
But that particular, I'm sorry?
we have no amplified outdoor music. We
Okay,
have
if you
not had
listen,
with outdoor amplified music this year.
okay, well, whatever you want to call it, you guys have a great system and it's very loud and you can hear it loud and clear across the water. So if it's not amplified, that's great. Good for you. You've got an awesome sound system, which is very, very loud. And I think all we're asking is that if you could reduce the decibel level, does it have to be that loud?
Right. So we are under the 70 decibel sound, which is in your sound ordinance. We are well aware of the sound ordinance, noise ordinance in the village, and we do comply with that also. We are working very hard and have been working very hard since we took over this property to make it more beautiful, make it functional, fix what was not repaired, improve the grounds, the service and the quality of everything at the club. We're attuned to every comment that's made. We listen, we're responsive, and we know the ordinances. And we do not violate any of those. We work very hard to stay within the parameters of the rules and support our membership and the property. We've invested millions of dollars in the property. It's functioning, it's operating. People are very happy. We're part of what we do is host events. And we do respect the fact that there are people across the water, that there are people in adjacent neighborhoods, and there are people even on boats. But we can hear people speaking on boats as they go by in the harbor. We can hear the harbor police speaking to people on boats as they go by. There's sound travels, and we understand that. We're respectful of it. We're doing our best to keep a limit on it. We monitor the sound. We look at the sound levels, and we're always below the 70 decibel limit.
Do you have records? Do you have written
Just a minute,
records?
Excuse me,
that show?
Ms. Zelenka,
Yes.
if you would please make your comment, do not ask questions, make your comments to the board if you have any others. Okay.
Has the board ever had any evidence submitted of the decibel level of compliance with the decibel levels?
I don't know.
Has any evidence
I don't
been
believe,
submitted? Okay.
I don't believe so. No.
There's never
But we
been
will, but excuse me, sir, just a
Yes.
second, okay? We've got a lot to do tonight. I don't want to, obviously you can have all the opportunity, but not to go over the same things. I think that we will listen to those videos that you did send in. Or one of them, I did see a reference to that. And I think your basic concern is that the noise, you would like them to consider somehow lowering the volume. It's not even, and the hours you mentioned as well, but I think the times you mentioned were earlier. Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate them. I think we all do. All right. Does anyone else have any comments? Do we have any else from the public here?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you.
I would love to have, if the chairman and the board would let me a couple minutes to
2
respond.
minutes, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Should've said
8:26,
several.
and we
I
got an
should've said
agenda here,
several.
and I don't want to be unfair to
Right.
others.
Number one, we understand the board has to do its fact finding, it's conscientious, but this really is a narrow issue. We've been in compliance with the code for the last 3 years. We're here for renewal, and it should happen. There's no evidence here to prevent that. Number two, there have been statements saying we have to show that we're in compliance with every code, rule, regulation. It's an impossibility. It has nothing to do with the special permit. Number three, people's sensitivity to noise. And of course, there's noise at a club. It's an enforcement issue. There's a noise code in your town. On the event everyone was complaining about a few weeks ago, the police came out, they find no violation, and they left. That's the body that deals with that. Number four, you look at this club, members can do many things outside. It carries noise. It's allowed without a special permit. It's a club. There's tennis. There are kids yelling and playing at swimming pools. There are motorboats turning on and off and going past here that I guarantee you are at louder decibel levels. We're not talking about a single family home. The folks who are complaining moved into an area with a club that was here for decades that is in compliance with the code. And finally, I would say that in order to deny a special permit, and here we're just talking about a renewal, it must be shown, the board must make a finding that the impacts of the use for which a special permit has been granted have greater impacts than the uses which are permitted as of right in the zone. And
Yeah, I don't think
that can't be shown here. It can't be because the membership.
I understand you.
So I appreciate.
Thank you very much. I have a question now for the board members. Do you want to hold this open until you hit the video, or do you want to close it?
I'm happy to close it.
Okay, Brian?
I'm happy to close it.
All right, is there a motion?
I'll move to close.
Second, Brian?
I'll second it.
Okay. Robin?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Okay. Thank you very much. This hearing is closed.
Thank you for your courtesy. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Next matter, please, is the application 098, area variance 22 on 830 Orienta Avenue. I believe lawyer is Mr. Spatz on that. And if you can also take Mr. Rincati out, because I don't think he's speaking on this. Charles, you just changed location on the screen. Good evening, Mr. Spatz. How are you?
Good evening, Chair.
We're fighting a time schedule here, and there's a lot to do, so we're going to try to move you along quickly. This is
I'll
an
keep
area
my
variance
introduction less than 20 minutes, I promise. No, I'm kidding. Could we just promote the Cooks, my clients? That's
Certainly, Jenny and Daniel Cook.
Please, and also Jacob Goldberg, Chair, is the
Jacob
architect.
Is the architect.
If the attendees who were to be promoted, if you could raise your hands, that would be helpful. Thank you.
This is the case, Mr. Spatz, am I right, where they're relocating an existing garage and dropping,
Yes.
you're dropping your combined sign yard, correct? By about 7 feet, am I right about that?
The variance is 7.1 feet.
Mr. Spatz, Andrew, I have a question for you. Having, just so that when the architect speaks, we can get this answered. As I look at the table, the chart, and you may not have the answer, but that's fine. I just want to raise it now so they can answer it. As I look at it, it looks like you also need a waiver of a variance for the single side yard, for the southeast side yard, which is going to be
It's at 34.6.
22. I don't know that that's true, but if not, that's an inconsistency. And the same thing with lot area. It says the required is 15,000 square feet and you have 12,000 square feet. That's an existing nonconformance. So I'm just not sure what is existing nonconformances, what is the fact, what you need. So if someone could really please, if the architect is really what I'm looking for, could please make sure that you explain what variances are actually needed and what.
Thank you. We will definitely. That's why.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had the same question that, it must require a single side yard setback as well. So I'm glad Robin brought it up because we cannot go forward unless we know what variances are necessary.
Right. And we have Mr. Goldberg readily available. If I could just give a little bit of a narrative of what we're going to be doing, and that would be ideal. Again, and for the record, Andrew Spatz, 650 Halsted Avenue, Suite 105, here in the village of Mamaroneck, on behalf of 830 Orient Avenue, the Cooks, Daniel and Jenny Cook. They are actually former neighbors of mine, lovely family at 830 Orient Avenue. They've owned the home since August 8th, 2013. They reside there still. And again, it's our application this evening for one variance, as we pointed out, on the southeast side yard, as the property is required to have a combined side yard of 35 feet. The property currently has 12.9 feet on the northwest side and 34.6 feet on the southeast side. The proposed addition for the relocation of the existing garage would provide for a setback of 15 feet on the southeast side. thereby, from our calculations, would require a variance of 7.1 feet. The addition to the side of the house for the relocation of the garage would result in an increase of 474 square feet, which remains well below the max gross floor area and the building coverage. Moreover, and I think that this is a really important point to raise, given the gravity of what's happened over recent months and years, is that we actually have a reduction of total lot coverage of impervious surface. That's something that's obviously very important here in the village.
That's the 307 feet, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, Chair. There's also a proposed stormwater management that will be incorporated, which would include additional drainage and storm wells. The house would absolutely remain in character with the other homes on the neighborhood. And I'm sure many of you know this, on Orienta Avenue in this particular area, you have Orienta, and then you have the bridle path. Their home is on the other side of the bridle path. So it's set back off of the main drag of Orienta. We're not seeking to increase the height of the existing house. In fact, the new addition would be lower than the current sight line of the existing structure. Obviously, the proposed addition is modest in nature. It would enhance the property for the applicant and the neighbors alike, especially as it relates to the reduction of impervious surfaces and the current placement. Again, if you're at the property, you would see that on the southeast side, there's tremendous amount of natural screening and landscaping. The benefit, obviously sought by the applicant, could not be achieved by another method other than seeking this area variance, as the location of the addition is actually practical with the existing structure, and it actually assures the ability for us to do what we would like without increasing impervious surface. The requested area variance is very much in character and harmony with the neighborhood and community. It's not substantial. The application would have absolutely no negative impact on neighboring properties. In fact, would improve the situation at this particular property, especially in light of the water that they encounter near the garage area where it currently stands. Equally as important, the proposed variance will not have an adverse impact on the physical environment or where the property is located. So rather than me speaking, I'm going to throw it over to the Mr. Goldberg, who can address any of the questions you had.
One quick question. How
Yes.
many, maybe you know, maybe you don't, I don't know if it's time. How many feet do you have to give notice for somebody?
In terms of our predicate notice,
Yeah. Direct notice as opposed to the sign. Charlie,
I could tell you that
I'm only posing it because I don't know how many feet I am from the property.
Chair, that's a good question. The list that we got was derived and generated, I believe, from the planning department. So it's through the mechanism that we utilize. So whatever it spits out, and we did actually file that with the building department. I'm sorry, with the planning department, excuse me.
I'm not located on Orienta, but the next block, yes, east is
You
Bleecker.
have Claflin behind it, and then you would have.
Well, you have Bleecker if you go, but it's going to be 3 houses away and then 2 houses down.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm on Grecian Point. Okay. Fair enough. No, I didn't get a notice, and I have no problem with it. I mean, in terms of the location. I mean, okay.
So Chair, you're
All
very.
right, let's put your architect on, sure.
Sure. Jacob, go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so the question was what we need a variance for. Do you want me to share my screen and call up a site plan, or should I just describe it?
That would be good if you could share your screen.
Ms. Moore, if you could authorize him to do that, that'd be great.
I believe the notice requirement is 200 feet.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Charlie.
Okay, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the proposed site plan on the upper right-hand side. The left side of the house is an existing nonconformity. I don't know if you can see my hand here,
Yes.
but that's the existing nonconformity.
What
This
is the
the exist-
nonconformity? What is the side yard on the nonconforming side?
12.9.
So can you answer the question that I posed? Don't you need a variance for the single side yard?
Yes, we need a single side yard and a combined side yard.
Okay. Because
Thank
the
you.
application only says combined.
Right.
Jacob, that was the application that you filed, the building permit that you filed with the Village of Mamaroneck, correct?
Well, we didn't specify a variance. We just gave them the chart
Right,
and
and
the plan.
they generate
but
the
the-
letter of denial.
The
Right.
chart only shows, it's not clear.
No, the chart shows both.
Yeah, it shows, that's how I knew.
Right. Yeah, the chart's very honest.
You're saying, Robin, is that the actual substance of the application doesn't refer
What
to
I'm
post-
saying is the building inspector in his, whatever
Right.
that document is that he issues and from which says only the combined side yard, it does not
Right.
say single side
Right.
yard.
But I
Um,
think under 7712, Charlie, we have the right to do what should have been correct, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Thank you,
and
Chair.
that's what I
Thank
just
you,
want to
Mr.
make
Chairman.
sure that.
Yeah, no, that's it's a very good point, Robin. Thank you. Okay, so go ahead. So your 12.9 was the existing one. You're not changing that one at all, correct?
Right.
Right, so that's untouched. The other one now is how much now?
On the right side where the requirement is 22.1 feet. And we're asking to go to 15 feet, which is the minimum in an ideal world for the side yard in that zone.
That gives rise to the
Oh, wait a
7.1
minute.
foot
Now,
variance.
now I am confused.
So we in
You're
other
saying
words,
currently
we-
it says 12.9 on the northwest side, and
right.
then it says 34.6.
That's what's existing, David.
Oh, I see, and then 2 lines down for a
Right.
back of set 15 feet. Okay,
So what we did was we did 12.9 plus 15, that arrived at 27.9 feet.
right.
Right.
Now, right now, with your 12.9, okay, so you're above it now. Okay, I see. All right. So that's your only change there. That's the 7.1 on that side.
Yes.
Right.
For the width of the, or the length of where you're relocating the garage, correct?
Correct.
I have another question again. It says that the lot area, the required lot area is 15,000 and that you have a 12,000 square foot lot. Does that mean you have an existing nonconformity in lot size?
Yes, the lot complies, as far as I understand it, with the required width and the required depth, but it's still undersized for the zone.
So then it should, I guess, so the application should have said existing nonconformity, which it doesn't. Okay. In your chart. So that's why I was double checking.
Got it.
Okay. I mean, it's not a problem. It is what it is, but we want to make sure we understand what's going on. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I had a question about, it says that you're going to be regrading the driveway. Could you explain that to us?
Yes. So right now, if you can see the hand on the left side, the existing site plan, the driveway sort of sinks down, it slopes down, and then you enter the garage, which is on grade level. This is a front to back split, so it's under the bedroom level. And in big storm events, this floods. So what we're hoping to do is when we locate the garage here, we're going to raise the grade a couple of feet so that there's a very, very slight pitch to a drain right before the property line. And I can show you, I don't want to disorient anyone. I'm just going to change the page. Here we go. So this is the existing drop slope on the top.
Mhm.
And then on the bottom, we're proposing that the driveway actually just has a very, very gradual lift. It's about, we're changing grade about 18 inches here. The wall's about 24-inch high, but the grade is only being raised about 18 inches.
I see, okay.
Okay, and then that's going to be going towards, I think you said there's a stormwater management apparatus on the end of the driveway?
Yes,
Mr. Godfrey.
yes, we'll have a long linear trench drain between the driveway and the street.
But you're not changing the grade in the back of the house.
Correct.
Do you
And there's a
expect-
reduction of impervious surface, Mr. Gladstein,
Right.
by 307 square feet.
Okay, so what you're expecting is that instead of having water pooling there, it's going to be absorbed there.
Yes, there is a drain. Should we go back to the site plan?
I saw the drain on the
Okay.
top of
A1.
the southeast corner of the
Yep.
property. Yeah,
That stays in place.
okay.
But hopefully that would, since the ground will be absorbing water directly, that would only be for a very large event.
Does the water ever go towards the neighbor's property?
No, I think
They're
if
higher.
anything, we'll have less standing water now because we have more pervious surface.
Okay.
I have a question about so you're turning what was the garage into a mudroom and office, correct?
Yes.
Okay, does that change anything with respect to the calculations of floor area? This is obviously at above grade, so it's floor area, but I know there's some exemptions for garages up to a certain point or so.
Our numbers include the garages in both before and after, so that's already included.
So the numbers reflect the fact that you're adding the garage as well as changing the use of these portions of the existing building.
Yes. Yeah.
I believe that was 474 square feet, which remains still well below the max gross FAR and coverage.
Yeah, that wasn't a question. I just want to understand what's happening,
No,
making
that's
sure
fine.
that it was done. So how large is the garage? As dimension wise?
No dimension.
So
of
the
square
proposed
footage.
garage or the old garage?
Proposed garage.
The proposed garage is, well, the width varies between 13.5 and 15 feet wide. It's basically just a large one-car garage. The
Right.
depth is 23 feet deep, and it's about 325 square feet.
Okay, so the other 474, so 150 is what you're repurposing in the existing house.
Well, yeah, but I actually, just for simplicity's sake, I included the garages in my FAR numbers.
Okay.
So it's all in there.
Any board members have any further questions of this applicant?
I have a question. I went and looked at the house and you've got a fence and then there's a playground. That's your property, correct?
Wait, I'm going to turn that to Jenny and Dan.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's what I thought based on the survey, but then I was perplexed by the fence, so.
Yeah, that just fence for the kids and the dogs. Yep.
Okay.
Ms. Kramer, you got to check that out on a Friday. All the kids on Orient, come on over. We got to keep them in somehow.
Exactly.
Is there anybody here from the public that has any comments or questions? Okay,
No, there's no hands raised.
okay, thank you.
I have
Anything
a question. Did you ask your neighbor, did you speak to your neighbors?
We did. Yes.
They have no issue?
We've spoken to both of our next door neighbors and both of our adjacent rear neighbors. And nobody has expressed any concern, no.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Members? Brian, anybody want to close the hearing?
I motion to close.
Second, Robin?
Yep, second.
Okay. Robin?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, the hearing is closed. Thank you very much. We will,
Thank you.
just so you're clear on
Thank
this,
you.
we're closing the hearing, but this won't be dealt with tonight.
Thank you.
And I'll
Okay,
explain
thank you.
what that means to my clients. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Chair,
Have a
my
good
only
evening. Thank
exception,
you.
my only exception is Mr. Gladstein has his bike in the background. I'm sitting here with a box of cookies and you've got your bike in the background. I'm getting a complex here, but other than that,
It's my wife's.
have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good job, everyone. Thank you.
Next matter is special permit 10, special permit 22. It's the application of Dukes Ramon 1 LLC. Is the applicant here? The applicant here. Okay. That's for the fish sale and on-site sale. Gene Lum, are you with the are you the applicant?
Yes, hi, good evening. How are you?
Hi, good evening. This is you have an application here for a special permit, as I understand it, to operate a retail fish market?
No, so we are in the former Harbor Fish Market takeout restaurant at 154 Mamaroneck Avenue.
Okay, I'm reading from your, okay, and on-site prepared food. So this is a restaurant as well? Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. You're planning on eating inside?
Right. So the space is kind of small, so it will be limited to counter service. We'll have 10 seats at the counter.
Oh, this is the one, yeah, okay, I understand.
Are you related to the Dukes that's on Boston Post Road? It's
Sorry?
all one, so you're gonna be operated by the restaurant on Boston Post Road.
Right. So we have Baby Duke's Seafood and Steaks, and this will be Duke's Ramen.
Are you operating together or is, I mean, is this a separate operation?
It's a separate operation.
Okay. So is this used to be the, what do they call that? It was the,
It was a fish
Harbor.
place. It was a fish place.
Harbor Fish, right.
Harbor.
Baby to up the street by the Sunoco station.
Okay.
Wait, they moved, did you say they moved?
They did, yes.
To where?
The former Italian restaurant,
Piccolo Casa?
Il Castello.
On the main drag of Mamaroneck Avenue or up closer to the,
If you're leaving the village and you pass you go underneath the train tracks, after the Sunoco left.
Okay, all right.
sorry, I was just curious. I wondered whether they closed or what happened to them.
Oh, yeah, no, they're moving to a larger space.
Fair enough. Okay, so are you gonna have, is there counter service you're going to have here?
Right, so we intend to build a counter, about a 25-foot counter that could seat approximately 10 guests at the counter. There won't be any.
Could this, you're coming in and out. Can you say how many people it will seat?
10. So we won't have any tables inside because the space is, like I said, kind of small.
Are you going to be looking to have tables outside during the summer?
We do plan to apply for the outdoor seating permit. The previous tenant had, I believe, 10 seats outside.
Okay. What percentage of you're selling fish as well, correct? You'll be selling?
No. We will be selling Japanese ramen noodle soup.
Oh, okay. What I'm missing. So you're not selling retail fish?
No, that was the former occupant.
I'm looking at an application. Maybe I got the wrong one. It says, oh, I see. That was the prior one.
Right.
I'm sorry. I had circled that when I first read that the other day. I see. Okay. All right. All right, I'm glad I'm the only one that had that issue. I apologize. Oh, here we go. Okay, I had just, when I had circled that, okay. So you got your hours of operation. I'm trying to see where, can someone point me to where on the application it deals with what they want?
The special permit, it says on.
Yeah.
On page, what's numbered, page 7 out of 22, it says special permit.
Right.
Then on page 8 is where I see where your problem is. It says, oh no, that's the prior. So it's page 7. And then a special permit. So the page 7 is where it says it's a special permit.
Right, no. And then you go to page 12.
And then on page 12, it's got all of the specifications.
But where? I hear what you're saying. It says the hours of operation.
Right.
Okay, you know what I'm saying, Robin? It says.
Yeah, I'm asking what bothers you, what you're missing. Where it says it will be a fast food restaurant or a takeout or whatever.
Right, where is that?
It does, that doesn't actually say because there's no place is a terrible form. Remember, we tried to fix this a few years ago. More
They,
than once.
the applicant submitted a cover letter where that is stated.
Right.
It's a lousy form, David. We need to go, someday we need to
Yeah,
go back and
that's
fix the
true.
form again.
In your free time. Oh, we accept that for a fast casual Ramen noodle restaurant offering carry out and delivery service. In addition, we'll have 10 seats. Oh, it is in the cover letter. All right, so we'll deem that cover letter to be a part of the application, Charles. Was that all right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, what I'm saying, Robin, you understand me. I would just usually, you read that where it'll say somewhere, but the operations will be, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's, the form is bad.
Ridiculous. The form's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm with you. So stipulated, yes. Yeah, that's why I went to the other one and I just click. Okay. All right. So this is going to be, all right. That's why I asked about retail. Okay.
Well, you know, they also, I don't know if they had to actually fill out the SEAF, but in there, they have the brief description of the proposed action in the SEAF saying to open a fast casual restaurant serving ramen noodles, etc. So they did put that in the environmental assessment form.
Okay. Good.
Although I don't know that they needed to do. Charlie,
Yeah, I don't think they need to do that, but all right.
They have to do the
Because
environmental
this is
assessment.
part of the form, Brian, and therefore everyone fills it out. The determination of whether it's a type 1,
Type
type 2,
2,
or unlisted isn't made at the time they submit the application.
Okay.
So they submit the EAF in connection with the application.
Do we have diagrams of the seating arrangements on the site?
Well, the only seating is supposed to be, they're gonna build a counter,
Counter.
correct?
I understand, but we have no diagrams. We have no sight of that, right?
But usually we get.
Yeah, I think under our code, we're supposed to see the seating, the interior. Give me a second.
I did drop off a rendering by our designer that shows the counter and the seats.
You did?
That
Yes.
would be helpful.
Yeah, Chair, there was a submission. There was a submission of, I think, 7 or 8 copies of the layout, which was counter service, all one side. And I believe it was facing right when you would walk in the door. So counter.
We didn't see that.
I'm just looking online to see if it's by any chance on there. Dukes, let's see. I've got a determination letter, CO, CCs, photos, survey application.
No, we don't
it's
have
not
a
there.
right.
No. Have we seen it? I've not seen it.
No.
When did you drop this off, sir?
So I think that was 1 or 2 days after I dropped off the application packet.
Well, I think Brittany has been on vacation, so I don't know whether or not it made it into the AKRF or you know, our online, what we have access to.
You have a copy available now?
I think I do. If I could actually just, I'm doing the Zoom on my phone. If I could just put my phone down and I'll grab a copy.
Yeah, it would be helpful.
Yeah.
Hey, 1 minute, please.
Okay. I'm getting vertigo.
You should walk around immediately.
Yeah, no, so we don't have it on AKRF either.
No, I'm looking at it.
But I, you know, I don't fault the applicant if he actually.
No,
dropped it off, so.
I'm sure they are.
You
Yeah,
have to get plans, not just a rendering. They're two
yeah, we
different
need,
things.
it's in
Because
the code,
rendering
right?
doesn't give you dimensions, it doesn't give anything. So I think we're gonna need you're right, David, I think we're gonna need the applicant to submit a plan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
special permit.
In their cover letter, they do say it's approximately 25-foot non-structural counter.
Yeah, but it's,
I know, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying what they plan to do.
Yeah, no, we all understand that. I think, yeah, I think it's more that we,
Okay, I apologize. This copy I have is my last copy and it's marked up, but let me try to show for you.
Application, ratification.
Are you able to see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what we're going, and I apologize because we don't have it and it wasn't available to us, but I'm just, Charlie, do you know the section? My recollection is there's a section dealing with restaurants and what the plans have to be submitted with this.
Let me pull it up.
Restaurant. Oh, no, that's not it.
I don't recall any specific submission.
I just remember the seating arrangements.
And we've
Seating
always
at the
done
table.
this. I think that's
Yeah,
right.
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure because I remember that it's a special permit restaurant. 342.
Well, that's
Yeah, because they're gonna have to, the code requires that for carryout restaurants, it has to comply with the area requirements of the New York State Fire Code and the Building Code. And there's no way to make that determination without a copy of that. And obviously, we don't make that determination, but the building inspector's gonna have to, and we need to see it.
Well, that's another question based on the code, what are we going to categorize this as?
That's what I was.
I think it meets the carryout.
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah. By the Board of Appeals, fees and disposal. I can't find it. I just remember. .343 is the definition. Yeah, I think he's going to have to come in with plans on this, and then maybe. Dennis, are you there? Dennis, are you babysitting?
What district is this?
The C2 district.
Okay, I couldn't remember. Okay. And since they are they within 200 feet of another fast food carryout or deli on the
Right,
same
that
side
was,
of the avenue? If so, remember that our special permit has to include, they need a variance of that provision. We grant them all the time, but we need something with respect to that provision.
Okay, well, I think we can probably do that under the. There was a, Charlie, when we're reviewing it, we can give what should have been done, even if it wasn't done, even if it wasn't a setback at the beginning when it was sent to it.
I think
But
the
this is-
board should look at the different, as we've done several times in the past, the different definitions of restaurant and carryout restaurant. I think that's step one, is to classify the proposed use.
right, that's what I was saying.
And then after that's classified, then Robin, you're correct. If it's a carryout restaurant, then it has that 200-foot limitation of being next to another carryout restaurant on Mamaroneck Avenue, unless the prior business, which sounds like it was a fish market, was a carryout restaurant. Then as long as it's
Yeah, the prior restaurant, the prior occupant was primarily a fish store.
Okay. So, the definition of restaurant and the definition of carryout restaurant would be the board's first step in trying to determine
Right.
what use this is.
Right, so I'm just saying that assuming we call it a carryout, we then have to make that second determination. It's not an issue. We just need to have the the standards. So that's all.
Well, then, Robin, then I think what our purpose should be tonight is to ask questions along the lines of those definitions. So to the applicant, I ask, are you going to be selling any grocery items?
No grocery items, but I will say that the prior occupant, Harbor Fish, I think they did half market and half carry out because they had a full 10-foot hood with cooking equipment. So they would do take and delivery as well.
Okay.
So you're going to be, and it's going to be just 10 people will be eating in the premises and the rest will be takeout, correct?
Yeah, takeout and for pickup or.
You know what percentage you're going to be, people will eat there as opposed to taking out? What's your plan?
I would estimate that it'd be 30 to 40% dine-in because it is limited with the 10 seats.
Another relevant question, as the board has done in the past, is whether or not, and I think the term is, for a carryout restaurant, including incidental sale of ready-to-consume food and beverage from a counter type installation.
But that doesn't mean they have to have that. It could.
It's just one of the.
Yeah, and he said they're not going to. I think he answered Brian's question.
Right.
That they're not going to have.
Right.
All right.
It seems to me that where we need to go from here is we need to get from the applicant, we need to get a copy of the plans a plan of the restaurant as you're going to have it in the future, the counter, the dimensions of the counter, the distance, an actual plan that shows what you're putting in, what you're building, and the board members will have to make a determination about what it is and what you need.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think what he should do is he's going to have to meet and get maybe meet with Dennis or Frank and then get the papers and file those and put them on for the next meeting. That's my
Yeah.
sense.
So do we keep this open?
I think you have to for that. Yeah. In other words, we're missing some paperwork. You got to categorize this as a type of restaurant it is. I don't think that'll be too hard to do. You need the variance if you're located within a certain number of feet from another restaurant or a similar type. And you'll need plans for the inside so you can show us. And I understand that you said earlier you had submitted the plans, but we don't have them and they're not online. I can't find them.
Well, no.
He submitted plans.
He submitted rendering.
Oh, a rendering. Okay.
We would need proposed plans.
Right. So I think what you could do is maybe we could put you on for the next meeting and you'll have to we'll keep this open so you can come back in without having to start over again and get those for us as soon as you can.
Okay.
And I know Dennis is showing he's here, but I can't reach him. Dennis, are you there? All right.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you are Dennis. Okay.
Yeah, it's not-
Okay. Welcome. How are you? All right. Listen, the gentleman before us is with the application for Duke's is to open a small counter restaurant for eating at the counter and also some takeout. And but there aren't any plans. He had given a rendering, but I think he's going to need plans for this. Something to show us the interior and the seating for the restaurant. Is this something that you can meet with him on to give him some guidance on, or? And also he may need a variance. He may need a variance depending on what else is close by.
So, as the way the restaurant is currently built and the conformity that was there prior to them taking the place, There's no change of the counter space. They're changing detail and so forth and some mechanical devices, but the counter space remains the same. They're just adding 10 seats in front of it. So what the board is asking for is you want a rendering drawing from a design professional showing distances and clearances throughout the entire business.
So wait, let me understand this. So they're taking the existing counter over which they sold, right? They'd stand behind the counter with the fish and they would sell the fish over the counter. And they are changing that to over the counter will then be used for serving of food, but they're not reconstructing the counter?
The counter there is some reconstruction of the counter, but it's not fully. It's in the same position that it was in before. The mechanical devices will change because now you're gonna have people working on the opposite side of the counter. That's it. But the counter is in the same exact location without being changed from the last ownership. Just
Well, wait a minute.
details.
The current, I don't know if I think they closed on, I've passed it recently. The prior occupant had a fish store and also sold some prepared food, right? And not prepared, right? They made food to order, to go, take out to go, right? Fried, whatever. And you didn't sit at a counter. So the counter served a different purpose. The counter was primarily the place behind which the fish was.
Correct.
But
So
it did have a countertop to serve food on.
It did.
As I recall.
Yeah. It did.
Okay.
It wasn't fully, there wasn't a full service throughout the whole, there was mechanical devices. There was a fish icing machine, which later was sealed off and covered, to be more presentable. So you didn't have to look at all the fish staring at you, it gets uncomfortable after a while. And, it really worked out for the last owner. So, counter's in the same position. Now that counter will be a service counter to a degree with a place to sit and eat. But, for how I look at the rendering, if we just looked at it, there's probably 12 to maybe 16 inches of a counter space that plating and drinks will happen on. But behind that, there will be the reality of a salad station, which is the same thing as food preparation of what the past business had there. So a salad station, a prep, a place to put cheese on a burger. No, not doing that, but just per se of food preparation. So the counter is remaining the same. The hood location is routinely staying the same. There's a small extension that's on it from the prior business, but the business will be almost identical to what was there originally. Now, just with the exception of the chairs.
See, my concern is not that I don't want to put this applicant through a lot of expense and everything, but at the same time, you're having an operation special permit. You have to have some kind of an interior layout and.
Well, Dennis, it sounds like they submitted it to you. Is that correct? We just don't have it.
Yeah,
So
no,
all
it actually came into my hand. I had it physically in my hand. I'm pulling my hair out.
It's not, we've looked online. I can't find
So
it.
then the applicant doesn't need to do anything. If Dennis already has it, then Dennis just needs to make what's been submitted available to the ZBA.
Right. So I said, we'll put it over for one way or another, but we just got to act on it soon. So, I don't see how, Rob, you said, I don't think we can close this now.
No, but we should be able to close it next. We're clearly.
Oh, yeah, no, we should be able to close it next time, as soon as we can.
So what I have is the same exact image that you saw, 10 minutes ago that he was holding up. That's what I have several or eight copies of that came into the building department. I don't know where they're located. I know I have one on my desk that I kept for myself. So I can make copies of that and pass it over to the planning board, or sorry, not the planning board, to the planning department, and they can get it out to you. I'm searching my email right now.
And have it put online too.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm searching my email for it currently, and I don't see it.
All right.
But it did come to me in a digital rendering. I do have it as a text message, but that doesn't count for.
So
anything.
Robin, what we really need them to do is to determine whether or not there's
Right.
any variances required for the space
Yeah.
inside. It's not like we're just going to look at it and make that determination. So what we're asking of Dennis is for you to look at the dimensions and to see whether or not a variance is required for the setup of the establishment.
So I don't feel that a variance is necessary. I don't have my note in front of me, but I think it was 346.34. I don't remember what I was looking at for, outside service. If there's a patio in the rear, then they would need a variance.
That wasn't the issue. Dennis,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
No, it's where there's another restaurant. within a
Yeah,
certain
so
distance.
anyway, at the end of the day, I mean, for a business that was pre-existing in that location, and there's cosmetic changes and fixtures that are being moved, for me, that's more of a building department thing. And if the board wants a rendering, then we will ask the applicant to have that expenditure of creating a rendering of, where he's putting his items. I mean, so for us as a building department and, municipality, we want 36 inches clearance so people can walk into the back. If he's only going to have 10 seats inside, I don't see it that being a problem. If he's doing over-the-counter service and deliveries like every other business, I don't see how that doesn't.
No, but the question is, how many establishments, is there a restriction on how many can be near each other?
Yeah, the question, Dennis, is,
Within
well, there's
200
two
feet.
questions. First of all, we're not looking for a rendering. We're actually looking for the plans, which they would presumably have had to submit to you. And I think you said you received. So
I received a rendering, not a plan, not a stamped plan by an architect.
okay, well, I'll get to, so leave that aside for the moment. With respect to the other question, to the extent that we deter that this is a carry-out restaurant, which is what it sounds like, or a fast food restaurant, which it doesn't sound like, but to the extent it's either of those, then it can't be within 200 feet of another carry-out or fast food restaurant or deli without a special permit. So we need you to determine, without a variance, and we give them, but we need you to determine whether or not this new proposed restaurant, carry-out restaurant, or what is within 200 feet of another one on that side of Mamaroneck Avenue. So that we need you to determine.
Robin, does it have to be on that side?
Yeah, it says so.
Okay.
So I can make that determination now, right? We can go over it together. We have a diner that's 2 doors away, right? That's general sit down, not carry out. And then we have 2 other restaurants, which everyone knows, Don Hito and Piccolo Molino. I think Piccolo Molino is within the 200 feet, but that's a complete sit down restaurant. And as for across the street, there's that one.
Across the street doesn't matter.
So we're good. I don't see anything within 200 feet that's going to be an issue.
Wait a minute, isn't this going where Harbor Fish was? Harbor Fish was not next to
the luncheonette, the diner. Well, I mean, people call it a luncheonette, people call it a diner.
No.
No, it's also next to the French bakery.
Right, and
which is a sit down place. I mean, if somebody's taking a cup of coffee and they're walking out the door.
It's not for the French bakery is not a sit down place. The French bakery may not be a fast food restaurant. I don't think the French bakery is a fast food restaurant. I think it's a store of some kind, whatever. But that's what it's next to. It's not next to Don Hito, and it's the other end of Mamaroneck Avenue, isn't it?
No. So it is. So it's if you're on, it's right. But let's say it's diagonally from the Regatta.
Right. Okay. So further down.
It's on the corner of Mount Pleasant and Mamaroneck Avenue. So just keeping in that conformity, it goes luncheonette, I think a nail salon or some kind of beauty place. It would be Duke's Ramen, if I'm not mistaken. Then the French coffee shop. And then after that's a parking lot. And the next restaurants over are Piccolo Molino, followed by Rock Island Sound, I believe, and then Don Hito. And then, across the street doesn't matter. So within 200 feet, they're good. There's nobody within 200 feet.
Okay, good.
What is the bakery categorized as? It's not categorized as a carryout?
Probably not a restaurant. It's probably a bakery. A bakery's not a restaurant.
Well, I understand that, but it says a business enterprise primarily engaged in the retail sale of food or beverages, which may include grocery items.
Well, but bakeries
I
always
think
do
that-
that.
I
We
think
never
that-
categorize bakeries as a restaurant. It's a separate use. Just because it can be within something else doesn't make it within something else. There are, can't remember, unfortunately, I don't remember.
Yeah, I also believe, sorry to interrupt, Robin, but I also believe that the bakery is under the Department of Agriculture, not the Department of Public Health. So that would define it more as a bakery. I'm pretty sure that the Westchester County Health Department does not inspect that facility. I believe it's the Department of Agriculture. And you know, how I know it is that they're baking goods and selling baked goods. They do have a
do
coffee
they have a
machine.
special permit, Dennis?
I don't know. I don't
wouldn't
believe
need
I don't believe they do have a special permit.
Bakeries don't need special permits.
No, but, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm looking to see. I don't see anything.
I don't
for
think
that because
bakeries do.
it's a bakery. You know, they got 3 confectionery ovens. I mean, they're spitting out bread and croissants. I mean,
Right.
that's their bulk business.
Well, let me ask this question for both of you, Alice, or everyone here, is do we have enough to go through this with now, or are we gonna have them come back with some kind of a plan and give this some more thought for the next meeting? Up to you.
Well, if I'm giving my 2 cents, I would say just because it's not, to some degree, it's not changing it, but we're giving a special permit on essentially an unknown.
That's my concern. It's autos, like somebody one day says, well, who are you and what are you? Well, I don't know. The zoning board had nothing. That's my concern. It's more that we, you know, like.
But what is unknown? I mean, I do believe that this fits the definition of carryout. It doesn't seem to.
That's not the issue, Brian. It's that we are giving, when we give special permits, we always say, you know, this is what we're giving a special permit for this. So now we're giving special permit for something that we're calling a carryout restaurant. So if tomorrow they wanted to come in and stick 4 tables and twice as many counter seats and put a much different counter and change the entire configuration of the place, they'd have a special permit. They could do what they wanted. We've never given special permits that kind of essentially said, here, take a special permit, do what you want with the space. We don't care, which is what we'd be doing here.
Right. So are there any dimensions on the rendering, or is it just a drawing?
Chair board, so let me cap over it, everything. So that rendering that you saw has no dimensions on it because it was based off of the existing structure. I see where the direction we're going in. So if you choose, you know, to keep it open or close it, would you settle for a sketch with measurements hand drawn by the applicant? I can review with them, or one of the building inspectors can review with them to make sure it's within keeping of the existing business, or if they're making any other changes. And take that instead of a stamped drawing to save the business owner the expenditure of what's going on. So if they say, you know, we're only having those 10 seats, that's it. There's no more room. I mean, there's really no room in that place for anything. So, you know, if they have over 10 seats, or I think it's 12 seats, then that would even change their dynamic for the health department and have to add a second bathroom as well. So I think it would be beneficial for them to leave those 10 seats and not go more than those, because it would change the dynamic if they're selling any beverages or whatnot in there. So would you be happy if they did a hand rendering, a hand drawing of the distances and clearances in there, showing the front of the store and how much space there is and the lack of tables?
I have a question for you. At some point, they're making physical alterations to the space, correct? They may be minor, but they are doing something. They're not taking the space as is and just operating it. They're making changes to it.
Yeah, so they're changing appliances. So like a walk-in box is now being removed, which is an appliance. So the building department doesn't have any say in that or inspection on that. We would for the weight load on, on that existing structure. So we're happy to see a walk-in box leave because that's a lot of weight. If they were to make an alteration to the hood or to the exhaust system, that would be a permit for the hood and the Ansel system that's going through the roof. The only thing that would indicate on that building permit would be the hood and the exhaust and the appliances underneath it. That's the only change.
Well, they did indicate that there's going to be no alterations or addition to any kitchen ductwork.
Yeah, correct. So that's all staying the same. If they had to do anything, if there's a very slight probability they would have to make a slight change, they're aware that they need to file a building permit for it.
Yeah. I don't have a problem, Dennis, with if they measure it out and you review it. Because if it's a no change, I mean, they don't have to go through a signed and sealed plans if they sign it and you review it. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
I'm more concerned with just having nothing. That's all. I concur with Robin's position on that, I don't think there's a problem, but the only problem is process-wise approving something without these things.
Okay. So
what do you think? I mean, but that's just me. I don't know. Robin and Brian.
That might be fine. I'm just a little perplexed if they're doing something. I guess that they don't have to get a building permit or anything from the village. But I guess
this way they may have to. Then
don't have to get a building permit from the village, then I'd probably be satisfied with a rendering that has dimensions so we can have a floor. Essentially, we're looking for a floor plan. What is the physical setting of this new?
So we need that no matter what, correct? Is that your feeling as well, Robin?
Yes, we need something.
Okay, right.
It doesn't have to be signed and sealed plans.
We've said the same thing.
All right. In order to do a resolution, we have to have that.
Right.
We have to have the details.
So why don't we do this then?
That's what we're approving.
Okay, so let the applicant meet with Dennis and square everything away, get it to us and come back for the next meeting. I think that's the only logical way to proceed. Brian, you agree with that or?
I'm thinking about the timing of things, and I'm wondering if there's anything else we need besides that dimensional thing.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm saying that is because, if they were able to get that, we could conditionally close the hearing based upon them getting that, and we could even perhaps have a resolution drafted that way. Perhaps we could finish this within the next meeting if we have all of our requirements.
How about we do this? Let's have, I concur with you in the following. How would it be? We'll adjourn it. We'll have council prepare a resolution. And then we'll look at the resolution and we'll have the paperwork in front of us. There's a problem, we'll just have to put the resolution aside.
I actually have a problem with that. I don't like the idea of not closing it and having a resolution. I would rather close it, except for the submittal of the application of the rendering. And then if we have questions on the rendering, we would reopen it.
Yeah, that works for me as well. Again, I would hate to see them lose the entire summer based upon something that Dennis has seen himself and that the
Charlie, is that okay with you? Does that work?
So the only thing is, I would say, if you reopen it, that means you have to renotice it, and that's a whole dilemma.
But I think we could do that. The board, as long as they submit it in sufficient time for the board members to say, so there are 4 board members at the moment. We would each look at the rendering. If Greta or Brian or I or David have a question with it, we could say, wait a minute, we need to reopen it. We could, as long as they gave it to us in time, we could either of any of us say, I need it reopened, and then we'd reopen it in time.
But Charlie's saying is that the reopening is much more time consuming. Am I right, Charlie?
Yeah, you would have to do another mailing and so forth. Whereas if you just
I think if you just adjourn it with the understanding, I mean, it's really up to us. the understanding is, fine, get us it before. And the understanding is that, but for a surprise or something we're not expecting, we're going to act on it at the next meeting. That's
I don't want to, David, I don't think we should ever, while I hope we can act on it at the next meeting, I don't think we can commit to saying we are going to act on it.
No, we're not committing to anything.
No,
We can't
I
commit-
understand.
Even if we say, yes, we're closing it, we're not committing to anything. So
Well,
that-
you just said, and we commit to voting it on the next.
No. I understand what David is saying. He's saying, okay, we don't have a lot of pieces left on this. Let's just adjourn it. We'll get the pieces together. We'll have a resolution drafted based upon that information. And then at the next meeting, when we bring it up, we can look at it, we can deliberate it, we can close it, and we can vote on it. It's possible to take action at the next meeting.
Yeah, that's why I suggested the resolution, because it's just there. It's not a guarantee or anything. You don't have to even do it. We could just, but I think it's like this way we have everything in line. And if there's something unforeseen or a problem, then we'll deal with it.
I'm fine with that, because that way we don't have to renotice it. And we still have the possibility of being able to, close this at the next meeting. If we get these details in place and the
And vote on
resolution.
it. And I would say if there's no surprises based upon this discussion tonight, we would just act on it then, right?
Well, we have the ability to do that at any meeting.
Right, exactly. All right. You want something drafted or not?
I think something should be
It does-
drafted.
It sounds like this is a standard,
It's a standard thing. It's not
special permit, as long as we decide what it is. I think we
Right.
decided I think it is a carryout place, but
Robin, I agree with you. I looked at the other definitions. And just because they don't, it says may include grocery items, it should say they don't have to have grocery. There's no other definition which comes close.
All right, so we're going to adjourn this. Dennis, you're going to meet with the applicant and get us what we need before the next meeting as soon as you can. And we'll put it on for the next meeting. And if there's no surprises, then we can vote on it then.
That would be great.
All right. Are you aware of are you following this? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm here. So yes.
Yeah, Gene, Lum, right.
Yes.
I'm talking about Mr. Lum. That's it.
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think that listen, we're trying to expedite this because it's the summer months and you're going to get pushed back otherwise for the fall. And this way, I think you'll do it. And we'll keep it open so you don't have to renotice, and just get together with Dennis soon if you could. Okay.
Understood. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much. Okay. So
Chair,
we're adjourning
if I
this
may.
matter. Yeah.
If I may, so just call the office tomorrow and make an appointment for Tuesday. So then I can meet you down there and go over the whole place, from ceiling to floor, front to back, and then the board will get what they need.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dennis.
No worries.
All right. So the next matter now is, 1 second. So number 2 is adjourned. Okay. Next is the application, 308 Mamaroneck Avenue. It's 11 special permit 22. Let's see, the applicant is Muhit Arika for Barak Ali. Barakallah.
Barakila.
I'm sure I butchered that. I'm sorry.
Think of tequila.
Tequila. Yeah, now we're talking. Okay. Brian,
Tequila.
there you go. Patron, yes. Oh, whatever type you like. Is the applicant here on this? Okay, let's try one more. Is the applicant here on this? Okay. So
Someone named Mike is on the Zoom, but they're muted.
oh, he's got his hand up. Yeah, all right. So can somebody ask Mike to put his mic on?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Oh, okay, great. How you guys doing?
All right. This is an application for special permit to operate a new restaurant, correct?
No, it's an
Sorry.
existing special permit.
It's an amendment. So I'm the manager for Barkilla for the premises for 308 Mamaroneck Avenue. Yeah, I'm here today seeking to amend my original special permit use for the summer season. I would like to extend my hours of operation of the week.
I see, okay. Yeah, I apologize. What happened the second time today. For some reason, the way mine print out, it's the notification with the permit is on top, which is the earlier one. Okay. Yeah, your May 12th letter covers this. I understand. Yeah. So you want to basically, this is a change of hours, correct?
Change of hours, yes. So I was seeking to change my hours, especially for just the summer season, for the higher season. Yeah. So while operating these hours, I will be complying with all the requirement codes, such as keeping the doors closed for any interruptions that would be caused. And last time I was at the board meeting, I actually did get approved for an extended hours, which was Fridays and Saturdays, 1 a.m. So today I'm seeking to extend them to 2 a.m.
Okay, I have a question for you because it's not what the application says is, and I think you made a mistake. It says, I would like to extend my hours on Tuesday and Wednesday from 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Do you mean from 11 p.m.?
No, 11 a.m. Yep, it says 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. That's correct.
Oh, so that's the 24, that's the 12. So it's 11 a.m. in the morning to midnight, essentially.
Yes.
I was misreading it. I was thinking it was that was the change, but it's not.
Is
Okay, now I
there,
understand.
is there a copy of the existing special permit in here?
It was in the application, yes.
Yes, it's on the application.
All right, hold on, yeah. Because I want to see what the differences are.
Yeah,
What is it?
They're all 1 hour difference.
No, wait a
Okay,
second.
so,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
so Tuesday and Wednesday, you're asking, so you're currently at 11
11
p.m.?
p.m. Yep.
Okay, and on Thursday, you're currently at 12 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay, and Friday, Saturday
What's the date of your special permit? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I didn't mean to, Brian. Is that
Well,
November 5, 2020?
Yes, that's the current one.
Okay, so those hours say Monday through Thursday from 10:30 a.m. to 10 p.m.
No, that was the original one. And then I went through another meeting.
Oh, I see it here.
You have a subsequent one?
There was I just want to point out something real quick. So we did have an issue finding the special permit, the latest one that was updated. For some reason, we never received it when Amber was part of the board. When she was working at that office. So when I was filing, when I put the application in, we did have an issue of finding the updated one, but it's there. You know, it's we did get it approved. Got a resolution for weekdays 11 p.m. and weekends was 1 a.m.
Yeah, now when was it? That was just this past fall, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, because I remember that.
I have a copy of the draft resolution that the board considered. It is not the final. It was the draft that was considered in November 2021, which I think is the one you're operating under now.
Correct. That's when I was last there.
Okay, but I don't have, the one I'm looking at has, and again, this is the draft resolution because I don't have the final one.
What's on the draft?
That's what I was trying to point out to, that we did, for some reason, we never got the final one, updated
Yeah.
one.
There were a lot of problems with that kind of thing last year. Anyway, what it said was just so you can I mean, I'm happy to share this draft with everyone. Doors and windows are to close by 10 p.m. Service shall cease Sunday through Thursday. What it said was doors and windows are to close by 10 p.m. Service shall cease at 10:30 p.m. and patrons must be out of the premises by 11 p.m. I can't tell you if we voted what we voted on or anything. This is a draft resolution. And this was dated November 21st, November 4th, 2021. So the question that we might have to do is, Charlie, I think you may have to go back. Somebody's going to have to go back and listen and confirm that we actually voted on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, I do remember, if I remember correctly, it was voted back in November, and there was a series of delay in processing that application because of some violations, and they didn't know when the public hearing was. So I'll go back and track down the final resolution and get the hours of operation.
Yeah. Oh, so because what I have here is, continuing to read, it's the doors and windows are to close by 10. Service ceases at 10:30 and patrons must be out by 11. And then Friday and Saturday, doors and windows are to close by 11. Service is to cease by 12:30 and patrons must be out of the premises by 1 a.m. I do want to say that just as a comment to, the issue of restaurants on Mamaroneck Avenue and hours of restaurants on Mamaroneck Avenue has come up frequently because that's a noise issue. And as we allow restaurants to be open later and later, it becomes a question for noise on a street because there are residences above. So just keep that in mind as we're thinking about this.
Yeah. So just want to quick, sorry to interrupt. So just want to quickly just do a reminder. So there has been no actually from last meeting, there has been no violations, thankfully, and or any noise complaints whatsoever that I am aware of, that I have double checked too before getting on the meeting. So, we are very cautious and very mindful about the residential area. So there is no residential upstairs. So there's only a few apartments across the street, and we are very mindful again. And we do make sure that the doors, they're just doors, there's no windows, are shut by 10 p.m. And we maintain it.
What about Thursdays? You want that extra hour Thursday as well? That's during the week, that's all.
So Thursday's been coming, like people been socializing more. It's been becoming like a weekend for people out. So
all right, well, we'll have to get the other application, right, Robin? We're gonna need that.
I mean, because as
We
I say,
have to have
I only have a draft. I don't have the resolution.
All right,
So we need to make sure
we're
that it
gonna
was
have
in
to.
fact voted on, because if it wasn't voted on, then we've got to consider the whole thing again.
yeah. All right, so we want to move this to the next meeting?
but this is something that I'm seeking to amend for the summer season though. If we
I understand, but we don't have a special permit for you right now. That's
With
what
these hours, we do have, there's an existing special permit that hasn't expired from 2020, which has earlier hours. Then in 2021, he wanted to extend the hours.
I understand.
That's what we don't have a resolution of.
Right.
there will be no
One
possible
more.
getting a vote or any.
Well, listen, a vote tonight without seeing that current special permit can't be done, because I do remember, and Robin's reading the draft correctly, that it wasn't just extending the hours per se. There were points in time where food service had to stop, where then people had to exit by a certain time. So it affected not only, how late you're open, but the functioning of the restaurant as well. Correct, Robin? It had, when food service stopped and, when
I wish I could
how
post
long
these-
I've been
people could
complying
sit
with
there.
that.
everybody
I've been
to
complying with
see, but
Yeah, the problem is we just don't have that. What I guess we could do is then get it and just act on it at the next meeting.
Well, so really the question here is, Do we have, do we have any other questions of the applicant?
Right.
I think the applicant, first of all, we're very familiar, given the fact that this is like 3 times within a short time span that he's come.
Okay.
If there's no current violations out there, and all he's asking for is an extension of hours, then, I don't have any further questions. I will note that on the short environmental assessment form, there's many errors. I don't know whether or not that needs to be corrected for the record.
I have a question. Is there a way to put there's no chat feature as I can see on this, whatever, but I could post, Alicia, if there's no chat function here, I could post that requirement or somehow attach the draft, which again is just a draft, but if the board members want to see, but there's no chat function that would allow me to do that.
No, I don't think the chat function is available here, but I believe that you can share your screen if you have it up there.
Oh, I could put it up here, sure. Where is it?
Were there other changes besides that?
No.
I mean, no, between the two.
Yeah, let me think. Let me go back and look at it, and then I could post it up here. Hold on.
Yeah.
If I could share screen, share.
Okay.
Is it sharing?
You are sharing.
Okay, so there's the provision. I just highlighted it sort of. And I'll go up the page before. This was just, see, that's what I mean. I don't even have the final draft. I just have a draft because I had comments on it. But the main change is the hours of operation. I don't think there was anything else substantive.
Right, but but what the applicant is asking for, if you could go back down, Robin, to where it showed more detail. I mean, you're saying that, let's say on Friday and Saturday, you want to stay open till 2 a.m. Well, then, does that move the time that the doors and the windows are closed?
I don't think we should move the time that doors and windows are to close at all.
No, I don't either.
No, I
But,
agree.
but we have to ask the applicant what he's asking for.
Right.
And also, service ceases at what time?
Sure, I can gladly answer that question. So I do have to close the doors regardless, because to keep the area, to maintain it cool inside. So I can't keep the doors open. In order to have my AC functioning properly, I need to close the doors regardless.
Right, but if you're asking,
What is it you want to change?
I just want to change the closing time.
Okay.
Well, now hold on. You want to change the closing time till 2 a.m.
Right.
But when does service cease? If you're going to be
12
open
o'clock,
till
12 o'clock food. 12 o'clock is food. It's regardless, the same thing, because my cook is my last service ceases by 12:30 a.m. So food and service, 12 a.m. And then 1:30 is to get the patrons out, and we close at 2.
Okay, so you're asking, so if I'm looking at Friday and Saturday, it would say
You're right.
doors and windows are to close by 11, service ceases by 12:30 a.m., and patrons must be out of the premises by 1:30 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then on the Sunday through Thursday, doors and windows are to close by 10, service ceases at 10:30, and patrons must be out of the premises by 11:30?
Correct.
Okay, so you're really just adding a half hour on that piece, because we didn't tell you when, because the closing, we didn't have a requirement of, because you're gonna clean up after patrons are out, and, it'll take you as long as it takes
That's
you to
correct.
clean up. And we didn't care so much about that. That isn't gonna be the noise or the, anything that affects the neighbors is how we felt then. So just, just to repeat. So it looks like the only change you're making is to when patrons have to be out of the premises.
That is correct.
Okay.
And he's changing Thursday significantly because he's moving
Right.
Thursday.
he's changing Thursday to 12:30.
Yeah. I'm not as comfortable with Thursday.
I mean, if we can get a vote today, I can keep Thursday as
You're not getting a vote today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if we're not going to get a vote today, then we're running late and we've got a lot to do. So I would say to be fair to him, is I don't see how we can vote if we don't know the status of what is. Charlie, am I wrong on that?
I was retained by Andrew Spence. You know, there was a vote on it. I'm operating my business under.
Okay, well, then you should have called up and said to someone, you don't have the permit. If you apply for a driver's license and it doesn't come, you got to deal with it. I'm not blaming you.
But I never received,
I know, but then you need to go and tell someone I never received it.
And
Just like if, yeah, go ahead.
This was brought to even the new members at the office, they tried to even look for it. They tried, like, for a week, they couldn't relocate it.
All right, well.
What happened is, that's about when Amber left.
Let's move this along, because one way or
Chair.
another, are we gonna, and it was Robin, you can't vote on this tonight, is that right? Is that your position?
I don't know why we would vote on this now. We don't have a
I
just
understand.
I'm just concerned, why are we voting on this one when we have the one that was just here that we also have?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying it. But you see, on the other hand, if we're not, then I don't see the point to really, we can ask for public, but we have a lot going on. So if we're not going to vote on it, let's just move it forward. That's my sense. But Brian, unless you feel otherwise, then.
No, I think that we got clarity now from the applicant,
Yes.
you know, as opposed to these anomalous numbers, as to when windows and doors will be closed,
right,
service will end, and patrons will be put out. That's what we need, because that's what we're going to need to make a determination on. We also do need the current permit, and you know, that is something that we can look back, because all of these meetings are, you know, recorded, and somehow, some way we can find the document, you know, and vote to amend it at the next meeting. I would keep this open, just like the last one, so we don't have to renotice it should anything else come up. But no, right now we don't.
And if we don't, Brian, if we don't find it, and there's a mix up on it, we can then act on it de novo. But at least we'll know what we're doing. Yeah.
Correct.
So one way or another, we'll deal with it. Yeah.
Right. One way or another, we'll deal with it, and he'll have, you know, if he hasn't had a permit before, God bless, he hasn't gotten a violation. So no harm, no foul, and he'll get a new one with the new hours or whatever we decide is appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at all of my emails on this for this item, and I actually see a final one. I'm not saying we didn't do it. I just don't see it.
I'll go back to the video in the meantime and check.
All right, so you'll check on that. Yeah.
And again, one way or another, this will be, you know, this will be now put correctly going forward.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna put this off. This will be on the next meeting. And council, you're gonna look for this and try to move it forward, correct? Okay.
I have a question, David. You raised this earlier. And given that we've got a couple of applications that, you know, are restaurants, and would really be great if we could get their approval sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Can we move that July 28th date to something earlier in the month?
Yes, I had wanted to do that. I would love to move it for the first Thursday of July or the second Thursday.
Yeah, I do think that we should take that up after, you know, after the hearings, because I do think it's important to.
I concur. I raised it with Robin earlier. I think it's, I don't know when that I would.
I don't think we should wait till the end of July to deal with these issues.
As I say, it came up because of when the members could make it. I couldn't tell you exactly how or who or what it was. So that's how it came up. So somebody's going to have to, Alicia, can you check? And I don't know if you can you check when since we're going to need to be in the courtroom on that day, can you check? Or if not, Dennis, can you check? Or Frank, can somebody check when the days in July that the courtroom is not already, you know, called for, signed for, approved for?
So I can't do it live, but I can shoot you guys an email Monday morning regarding when the courtroom is free. So if even if you go to the website, the village website, it shows the live active calendar. Almost everyone is still remote currently, So we shouldn't have an issue with that. And
I thought we had to be, Charlie, don't we have to be in person after today, after next week or something?
Yeah, the village board of trustees could do a series of steps and pass local laws to enable Zoom, but I don't believe the board of trustees has done that.
Right.
So yes, it would be
But
back.
you'll encourage them?
I'm Zoom no matter what, so.
I will try my best to encourage them.
All right. Okay, so we're gonna move this one over. This will be on for the next time. We will deal with a follow-up for meeting. Let me make a note. Anybody here have a problem with any days? So, Brian, in
In
July?
July, hold on.
Yeah, I have
Well, why don't you just, if you want to email me dates, and this way, as soon as I get them, I'll circulate it.
well,
Why don't you circulate, and then and each of us can respond ASAP, because Meg is also, Gret is also gonna have to respond.
Gotcha. Okay. All
Which
right.
of the available dates, right? Because maybe there's only 5 days that the courtroom's available.
Okay.
And so.
right, and they may not all be on Thursdays, so.
Right.
All right. Okay, so we're adjourning it. Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate it. And
you, guys.
hopefully we'll get you squared away here very quickly. Okay?
Appreciate it.
All right. All right, so we've got some resolutions now to deal with that have been out for a while. And then I also want to talk about some litigation that's going on. All right, so the first matter on the agenda, and then I'll think we'll have a side comment on this, but the first matter on the agenda is on, excuse me, where is it?
So David, up to the close applications now, right? The public hearings are done.
The public hearings are complete. You know what, though? I didn't ask on the last one if anyone had any comments. No one raised their hand, did they, Anna?
That's correct. Nobody raised their hands.
Okay,
It's adjourned as well, so.
right, people can still speak.
So, okay. We have applications, let's see, I guess the one I have in front of me is we can talk about is 1260 Flagler.
No, it's, the next one was 935.
Oh, 939. Hold on.
Application 07 AV 22.
Yes. All right. We got we got a resolution on this. This is the area one. Yes, I'm just looking at my notes. You have any questions on that? Anyone
I
here?
had some problems with the resolution, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because, just going down to the last whereas clause on the first page, it says, whereas the applicant encroaches within a new area, but does not increase the overall existing nonconformity. Well, if it's a new area, then it obviously has to increase the overall existing nonconformity. Those
I
two
circled that.
statements are completely.
I circled that one as well.
So we need to say what it does. The fact that it doesn't increase the as I recall, and I couldn't find honestly, I couldn't find all my notes on this. And as I recall, it doesn't increase the depth of the side yard or the side
Right.
yard waiver, but this wasn't a height, so I can't remember, couldn't remember now.
So I had does not decrease the distance to the property line.
And that's fine. That's okay.
Right, so I don't think we should have that whereas, that last whereas on the first page.
Right.
I think we should add does not decrease the distance to the property line.
Well, I think it needs to say what they're doing. Like
Brian,
where
just so for clarity, which whereas on the bottom, please?
the last one, whereas the project encroaches within a
Yes,
new
okay, right.
area.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think it needs to say that it says expansion of the existing kitchen. Well, if it's expanding the existing kitchen, I think we need to say where the existing kitchen is expanding into. Because we're saying it's expanding, then we're saying they're here for a reason, right? They needed a variance. If they were expanding because they're increasing it within the footprint, they wouldn't need to be here. So it needs to say, because we have to understand that somebody in the future somebody else on this property needs to understand what it is they're proposing to do. So where is it that the existing kitchen is being expanded to? Or,
It's is that a separate whereas clause than the one you just identified, or do you want to add that in?
it's not there, it doesn't say anything.
Okay, I was just confirming.
Yeah, so I wanted to say something about it. And then my other problem, then it said, then you go to the bottom of the second page and it said the board recognizes the following. The board,
Before we move on, do we want to address that whereas clause and add language that the board would like to see in it?
needs to say something about what it is that this, I think it needs to say what it is that this, where this,
So whereas the project encroaches,
what is the, whereas the project is, when they expand, when they do this alteration, they're going to change something in the building. What is it that they're changing? Since they're coming for a variance, are they going higher? A lot of these are going higher. I couldn't remember. I remember the building and I know where it is, but I couldn't remember exactly what they were doing. And so let me.
Well, what they're doing is they're combining the sunroom and the kitchen. And then I think that they were creating another little porch or seating area beyond that. So there's actually going to be not only changes within the footprint, but they're going to add a very small portion, which does not, which again, the new build is it does not stick out or get closer to the property line.
I pulled up the plan. I remember what they're doing. They're adding something behind the existing. Behind may not be the right word because it's got a, it's not, they're in a sense adding something behind the existing structure, right?
So in the whereas clause above the one that is at issue is where we tried to explain the project as a defined term.
But we don't. We say the proposed addition includes transforming the sunroom into a breakfast room and the expansion of the existing kitchen. But expansion how? They're building behind the, in other words, as I recall, this isn't going up, but the setback right now is 24.5 feet. The existing setback is 13 feet. Okay, they're still going to be set back 13 feet. But it's going to be set back 13 feet from a piece in the rear. It's not, I mean, what are they doing? I'm looking at the plans and I'm not 100% sure now. With my notes.
I'm looking at what they sent us in the application.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at and I'm trying to figure out. And if you have the answer to that, then that's what we need. Right, they're putting something behind. I think they're expanding their kitchen by extending their kitchen out, but so they're just extending it out to the same. I've got it now. I've got it open. It's okay. They are building a new. Oh, I know. Yeah, this is just what they're doing is the portion. Okay, so the structure, the house, the dwelling is at an angle to the lot line.
Yes.
And what they're doing is they're building a completely new structure, a completely new piece of the house. But given the way the house is situated on the lot, that new structure, that new addition is within the same 11.4 feet, but it's in an area that before wasn't encroached. So they are encroaching onto more, they're encroaching onto an additional portion of the lot to for which they would need for which they need a setback variance, but they're not going beyond the 11.4 feet. But there's a piece of the lot that before complied and now doesn't comply.
Right, and I think those three whereas clauses, the one that's at issue, and then if you look at the one above and the one below, I think accurately describes that, but certainly the language is up to the board.
Yeah, I don't think it says, it just says the existing, but it doesn't say what they're doing. And I'm looking at what they're planning to do, and you say a setback 13 point, oh, sorry, that's the eastern, is 11.4, right. I could share this if anybody wants, I mean, you could look at its page. If you have the online agenda, it's page 181 of the online agenda that shows exactly what they're doing. It's the site plan, and it shows exactly what they're doing.
So below the whereas clause that's at issue, it says the applicants have requested the below area variances to permit the construction of the project, which would permit new encroachments into the required side yard setback. However, such encroachments are no greater than the existing nonconformities. And then
they're taking a greater area, so I don't think we want to say they're not greater. They're in a new area, but I think the way Brian said it before, it does not increase the distance from the side yard, right? It does not decrease the distance from the side yard.
Right.
It requires it in a new piece of the property.
And honestly, I think probably the way to do it is the expansion. Can you define the expansion? How many square feet is it?
Right, that would do. I think that's a good idea.
So if if you say that there's going to be X number of square feet expansion, which will be put in, but will not decrease the distance to the property.
And it will be and so whatever that, I think if they gave us that area, I'm not sure they gave us the dimension, but a portion, and it might be there, but I'm not looking at all the pages, a portion of that addition will be within the required setback. However, it will not decrease it beyond the 11.4 feet that was previously existing. That's the point.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
And then I have something at the bottom of the second page, Brian, or David, did you have something else before I go there?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so the bottom of the second page, the last whereas clause on the second page says, whereas the board recognizes the following. I don't think we recognize anything because this is both the findings and part of the whereas. So so the first one says the project seeks relief, is currently non-conforming. Is that part of the whereas clause, or is that a finding? We don't recognize anything.
We've
If
had
these
this
are findings, then it should say the board finds, because we have to make findings. That's a requirement of the code and village law.
So we've had this conversation before, and if you have those statements in the whereas clauses, they are not findings. You would have to have them underneath.
Right, but my point is there are no findings here. We recognize the following, there is no statement of finding. You have nothing that says the board finds. So we have made no findings the way it's worded. That's my problem. It needs to say the board makes the following findings.
So it was your suggestion to add those types of things where you run through the balancing test to the whereas clauses? Would you like?
No, I'm not saying we are, but you don't have any findings in this whole thing. There are no findings in here.
So
This
Robin,
resolution has no findings.
So
what you're suggesting is simply adding that language to the last whereas clause, and it would say, whereas the board makes the following findings.
Right, that's what we normally say.
Instead of recognizes the following.
Right, that's what we normally say. I'm not sure why this one says.
Yeah, so the whereas the board makes the following findings. Okay.
Okay.
I can make
That's
that. I
okay.
just would like the board to just note that findings should be under the findings and they're not really appropriate under the whereas clauses.
But
That's
then-
what Robin
then-
just said.
That's my point. But then what you need to do, Charlie, is write this then. The board makes the following findings without putting it in the whereas,
Okay,
but that
so
isn't
good.
in here. We need to set forth the findings. That's a requirement of the law. There are no findings in this whole resolution.
Okay,
Sure.
so don't
Previously,
turn
when I
it,
had
don't,
drafted it in that way, you guys had wanted me to put it in the whereas clauses. So I just wanted to clarity going forward. Do you guys want, when you make your determinations on the balancing test, to have those in the findings or in the whereas clauses?
And make them in the findings.
Okay, I'll move them.
What do you think, Robin?
I think that's
Well-
fine. Based on the above, the board makes the following findings, something like that.
Or based on the record?
Yeah, whatever. Well, that's the above and the record, because it's also, we've made some statements above.
All right, so if it's gonna be the same thing, though, we understand this, okay.
Not saying that these are substantively.
I understand you, you're not saying it's substantive,
Right.
we understand.
Then number two, okay, the last one. Okay, now I go to some of the actual substance of this last whereas clause, which should be the findings. So number one says the roof on the proposed addition will not exceed the height of the roof over the principal portion of the residence. I'm not sure that's relevant to anything, since height is not an issue here. I would take that sentence out.
What number is that under, Robin?
1,
Okay.
the last sentence of 1. I would just take that out.
the
I don't think
last
the roof-
sentence of what?
The roof on the proposed addition doesn't exceed the height of the roof over the principal portion of the residence. I don't see why that's relevant. So it's permitted, period. Even if it exceeded it, it could count. I don't see how it's relevant to our determination as to whether the variance is appropriate. Because it would be, if anything, maybe the height of the building, but the roof, so I would take out that last sentence.
So I'm struggling to find it.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh, sorry,
I
I'm
know
looking
that-
at the wrong one. I moved on to another one. I take it back. I apologize. I accidentally opened up another one.
Okay.
Apologize. That's why I couldn't find it. Now I see what happened. Never mind. Number 3.
Oh, yeah, the roof is on the flood is on the
Yeah, I
flood
missed
house
that. Yeah,
over the
so I missed-
garage.
Yeah, no, I apologize. So on this one, right, 935 Sylvan, I got it now. I would take out the area variances, it says the area variances are not substantial, but they do not increase the pre-existing nonconformity. They do increase the nonconformity.
I can just add the same language that we added before.
Yeah.
Does not decrease.
Right, does not decrease the distance to the property line.
Yep.
But that to me does not, right. I'm not sure that's the only reason it's not substantial, because if they were increased, let's assume, let me just ask this as a question. And again, I don't have a problem not arguing with this. I just want to make sure that we get this right, so that again, in the future, somebody looks at this, they understand it, and also it's now a precedent, we don't have an issue. Suppose that I was the applicant here, or another property, and I have an existing nonconformity, and instead of just having a little piece, now I made my entire property. So before I had a dimension of 3 feet, right? I had an area of 50 square feet within the non-conforming side yard. And now I change it to an area of 400 square feet within the non-conforming side yard. Based on this statement, that would be okay, but I don't think that's true.
Well, hold it, Robin, hold it. That's a relative issue.
Right.
It's a relative issue based upon all the circumstances
Correct.
of the area. If there's a brick wall up and it has no impact on somebody else's property, then, that's where we get the weights and balances. I hear what you're saying,
I'm
but
saying we need to say this differently. It is not, the problem isn't that, it's not substantial because it doesn't increase that distance. It's not substantial because it's only a small portion and it doesn't.
well, that and the fact that during our deliberations, we saw the fact that there's a road that goes in between the property and another
I think that's
property.
right. We could say other
that
things. I
there's
just don't think that the way
screening.
this one is, all I'm saying is the way this is set out doesn't work for me.
Okay, well,
I don't think we can say it's not.
you could justify it a little bit more detailed
pre-existing
if you wish.
nonconformity. I don't think that's the reason it's not substantial. That's my
Well,
point.
later on in that number 3, it says, and only a small portion of the project encroaches within the new area of the required.
I would take out, they do not increase the pre-existing nonconformity because,
Yeah, I took that out already.
oh, well, then the rest is fine because only a small portion of the project encroaches within a new area.
Okay.
And he does have in number 1, the fact that it does not negatively impact
Yeah.
the environment and other people. And, I do specifically remember when we were deliberating on this, the fact that there's a GAN in between this property and the nearest neighbor.
Right. I think
There's screening, there's a road.
maybe
there's
we
like,
should put that into the whereas clauses. That's relevant to our consideration. Whereas the adjacent property that the property on this side of the property is a road or right, we should say that because then it's clear that they're not interfering with a neighbor. That's relevant.
well, I wouldn't want that to hold up the vote, but I think that,
I don't think this is going to hold up the vote, Brian. I'm just
right. We could agree. We could agree to vote. And I certainly think that those are relevant factors that we could pick up from the,
right. I think
from the video.
I
Sure.
think you should just say that. Charlie, add a sentence that says, whereas the adjacent property on the whichever east side of this, the adjacent property is a road. There is no house, something like that.
Well, I think that there is a road between this property and any other adjacent property on that side.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
And I believe that there's screening too. There's good foliage.
Mhm. I have language about the screening and buffering in number 1.
Okay,
I
fine.
also have information about how the neighbors have submitted letters of support, and I'll add about I think it's a driveway on that flag lot.
Right.
Yeah.
And it should be that should be a whereas clause because that's a whereas. That's part of the basis for our findings.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a driveway or a private road to more than one place. Just take a look at whatever it is and put it in accurately.
Is there any other comments?
Okay, so if no comments, I'll just so we can move this. I make a motion to approve the resolution as amended today.
I second the motion.
Brian,
Yes.
Robin?
Yes. Sorry, David, I just wanted to move it.
No. And I vote yes. And I vote yes. All right. All right. Now, will I get a copy? And are you going to circulate that copy to Brian and Robin? Charlie, I just would like their informal confirmation that it meets they put a lot of time into this, as you know.
Yep, I'll send around a red line.
Okay.
I need to take a couple minute break and I'll be right back. So I can't
Sounds like a
continue,
plan.
unfortunately, because
5 minutes.
but anyway, so
Charlie, I have a question for you. I'm gonna give you a call, okay? Are you there, Charlie?
Yeah.
Oh, let me see if I can get a call. Do you have your phone, Charlie? You want to just call me? Can you do that? No, guess not. Okay.
Do you guys want me to pause the recording?
Yeah, I guess. Well, we can. Yeah, why don't you? We're taking a 5-minute recess. Which is,
Dave, I would just
another way-
mute.
which is another way of saying 8 minutes.
I would just mute your.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. All right. Are we here? Robin? Anyone?
I'm here.
I'm
I
here.
can't hear. I can't hear everybody. Robin, are you speaking?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Charlie, are you speaking?
I am speaking.
All right. So the next,
All right, let me resume recording.
count to three and then do it.
1, 2, 3. Okay, recording has resumed.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. The next matter on our agenda is on the application of Frank and Nina Cooper. Okay, just need 1 more minute. No, there. Okay. The yeah, this warrants a little preface. Okay. There were hearings on this, I believe, February 3, March 3, and in April. It was closed on April 7, I believe, subject to the receipt of some materials that were received. On May 5th, there were deliberations, and a request was made for the draft resolution. It was put on the agenda. The commentary I need to make now, just to make, I want to be completely transparent about this, is that this afternoon at about 4:30, 4:40, Woodrina from the village contacted, I guess it was initially Charlie and the copy to me, to remove the item from the agenda because she was directed to do so by the village manager.
Oh.
Because they had not received some information. And the building inspector said she had to do what the village manager said. I'll just digress for a minute. This was the second time there's been a change in the agenda that I had nothing to do with. The last time the agenda was revised and all of the resolutions that were on there, in case we wanted to discuss them, were removed. I had nothing to do with that. We'll come to that in a minute. Charlie responded that he didn't know what information was and that all the information that the zoning board had wanted was received. I guess at that point, Frank called Charlie, the building inspector, to say basically, and this has nothing to do with the hearing of substance, that he was waiting for something on the FEMA cost, but that didn't have anything to do with the area variance. Frank also heard from the attorney for the applicant who said, yeah, that's something to do with the building permit. They get into the cost and then what the requirements are, if it's going to have FEMA requirement or not, but it doesn't impact the area variance. After 5 p.m., I believe, if I'm correct, you correct me in a moment, I believe you heard from the village manager an email to Charlie, basically saying that he said that, I'm going to read it. Don't pull from agenda. I know that it is not fair or appropriate. Charlie simply needs to advise the ZBA that Frank asked for detailed cost estimates and they have not provided yet. That will determine if a FEMA review is warranted or not. After that, it's their call. And that's from the village manager. So I need to comment, and then you can hear from Charlie. It's basically under state law, we're a quasi judicial body. And village code respects that dramatically, to the extent that in the village code, it says that we have exclusive, and that's the word, quote, exclusive jurisdiction of all matters prescribed by 7-712 of the village law or by this chapter. And the following powers that they then list and duties, quote, shall not be deemed to limit any power conferred by law upon the Board of Appeals. And it goes through that and says that, and it says where to exercise 392, another section of the code says the duties of the board shall be exercised in accordance with its own rules of conduct and procedures, which shall be consistent with the provisions of New York village law, as are our powers or duties. I probably served about 20, I don't know, it's been a while, 27 years on the board at different times. And I've never had this. I think the part of it is that we're quasi judicial, which is very unusual and very different. It puts us in a different standing. We've usually always had separate counsel. And many times the village has actually appeared before us, sometimes for applications and other times to comment. So I will deal with, and I am taking up, and you will receive copies of letters to the appropriate authorities in New York to deal with this, because this can't be, this is a zoning board. If there's our resolutions are always subject to compliance with all others. So Charlie, if you want to just supplement what I said or confirm what you had said to tell us, or that's up to you. But
Sure. So I had a I had a conversation with the building inspector as well as the applicant's attorney. The building department received or requested a breakdown of construction costs because there are certain FEMA regulations that based on construction cost, it might change the elevation of the building. And that was information that the village building department is waiting for from the applicant. I also spoke with the applicant's attorney, and their position is that those construction cost estimates will be provided, but that's a building permit issue and would be reviewed at that time. It's my thought that the construction estimate and compliance with FEMA and so forth and so on does not impact this board's review of the requested area variances. It is a building department issue. It's a FEMA compliance issue. Now, if the construction estimates go to the building department makes some determination that the building or the structure needs to be raised or modified in some manner. And if that changes the area variances, certainly they would have to come back to this board. But it's my understanding that it's not expected to change any area variances or increase any variances or add new variances.
Was that indicated to you by anyone else, or that's your own finding, or it's consistent with others?
That's my own kind of thoughts on both my discussions with the building department and the applicant's attorney.
Right. Okay.
Well, we had actually gone over this a little bit. I was asking about the height of the current proposed project because in fact, if FEMA did require them to lift the residents because they're in a 14 VE zone, and I believe that their current structure, I think they're currently at 12 and a half. That even if you lifted the building, you'd still be within the height requirements. That would not require a new variance. However, it would change what we're looking at because there would be ground disturbance, a significant ground disturbance, I believe, because they'd have to raise the whole structure and put in a new foundation. But it's my understanding that they're asking for a variance based on this plan.
That's correct.
And I don't necessarily think that anything should get in the way of us deliberating on this specific plan. If this plan turns out to not be viable under some other regulation, then they just got a variance for something they can't build.
Brian, I agree with your conclusion. I want to just point out, though, that my concern and my pointing this out was not so we would deliberate on whether or not it's appropriate or not. We have a closed hearing. We have a record before us. And never have I ever had an occasion in my life when somebody would come and say, oh, well, we didn't raise this at the hearings that you had. We're talking about 4 times we met on this. And if they don't give us this, you can't consider this and we can remove it from the agenda. That's just not how zoning works. That's not how village law requires us. Many, many years ago, the state pulled zoning standards, and instead of even enacting, first they did it with a case called Otto versus Steinhelber, and then they did it by enacting it legislatively because they wanted this independence. And the reason I'm giving the background is I don't quite understand what's going on here. But I don't think I don't think legally it has any bearing on us. And I don't think conceptually, obviously, if the plan is what we're approving and it's subject to compliance with the legal requirements, it always is. We don't do that. They need planning. If they need the county for something, they get the county. If they need the state, we don't issue liquor licenses. It's rather simple to me on this.
I think there's a couple of things here. One, we don't have all of our members here this evening. And I guess I would like to hear from you whether or not you want to go forward and deliberate on this, or whether or not we should adjourn it until we clear the matter up, because we do have other applicants waiting.
Well, I don't know when you say clear the matter up. I don't intend to, unless the board unanimously wants to reopen the hearing, which I would be adverse to, because I don't know why it would be reopened. This is not a matter of before us. This is not a matter of our concern. If the applicant went through everything it did and it can't utilize the variance it gets, well, then that's an applicant's problem, not ours. And there's never been an occasion. That would be like someone saying until they get the planning board approval. It's actually the other way around. You can't actually even ask usually for the permits until you have the variances. So it's at least one court has held getting planning board approval before you get a variance is a nullity. And Supreme Suffolk was the case, was the court, I believe. But my point is, I just think it's a matter of we're dealing with this and not delaying someone till the end of July or whenever date it is. And we're past the time, today is our deadline on this, and this person's been through enough. I thought we had deliberated on this and had something drafted.
We did.
It's so then, I don't know. I mean, I think Charlie is, I think, indicated that there's no impediment to us proceeding, right?
I don't understand I honestly don't understand what the issue is here. The village manager or the building inspector raised a concern that they didn't submit everything they need in order to get their FEMA sign off.
Right.
Okay,
So
they
what?
didn't.
Right.
FEMA sign off is not a pre-way. I mean, we're going far afield considering the independence of the ZBA. I don't think any of that's relevant. I think it's very simple. We have an application before us. There's nothing in the ZBA requirements that says they have to get a FEMA determination.
Absolutely.
We can consider and vote on a resolution approving a variance or denying a variance, whatever we're going to do, for this particular plan that they're showing to us. If at the end of the day, they forget this, they changed their mind and didn't want to build it, then they wouldn't build it. If they decide that they wanted to build it 10 feet taller, they'd have to come up. So I don't think the fact that if it turns out if there's something that FEMA needs, and it turns out that at the end of the day, they have to recite or change the plan, they're going to have to come back and get a new variance or
Robin,
something.
you're preaching
I
to
don't
the
see
choir.
the
Yes.
And that is exactly what I said as
That's
well.
exactly what I feel. But I feel a little bit worse. I've never seen, I find this very, very unusual that our agenda is being impacted. And I mean,
Well, wait, David, I think there's two different issues here. The fact that someone else is amending our agenda is a huge issue, and no one else has the power forget everything else, doesn't matter. There's nobody has the power under village law or our zoning code to change the agenda except the ZBA. There's nothing that says it has to be the chair. Maybe we vote on who knows, but there's nobody else that has the power to amend the agenda. So that's a different issue. The fact that somebody's amending the agenda is a separate issue.
But he was,
Okay,
but the reason,
there's a third issue.
Let me, the reason that I pointed this out is because there was a direction that's saying to Charlie to say he was supposed to give us advice that we couldn't do it, which makes no sense. And Charlie acknowledges that. None of this makes any sense. All I wanted to do was be transparent, because I felt lately, in case no one knows, there's been a lot of things going on. I got some letters the other day saying that apparently there's complaints about me not communicating, which I find somewhat humorous since I have 3 phone numbers and staffing at one of them, but such is life. So
Okay, but hold on. One more issue.
Please.
If somebody, not us, stepped in and notified the applicant and their counsel that this has been removed from the agenda, can we go forward with our deliberations?
We didn't remove it. It was not removed. First of all, it was not removed at all, because Charlie, I believe, wrote and said the only person that could remove it was me. And secondly, I said, we're not removing it, and we're not. It happened the other day when everything was changed on our agenda. And I mean, I can't have
Okay,
it.
so
I said, we will deal with
Alicia-
that. I will deal with that on behalf. You will get copies.
Yeah, Alicia, is there anybody from the applicant viewing us tonight? Can you see whether or not the Coopers or their attorney are watching these proceedings?
But remember, Brian, you can watch
We
it
have a
on
closed hearing.
TV. You can watch this on
Oh.
TV. You can watch it on Zoom. You can watch it live without having signed in.
I just
Even if
see
you're
that there's
Signed in.
15 participants on right now.
I can shed some light on that. I spoke with the applicant's attorney this afternoon when this was kind of occurring. I notified her that it would remain on the agenda.
Okay, fine,
and so she's-
fine. Asked and answered. Thank you.
All right, so we have a resolution drafted pursuant to our request.
I have a lot of comments on the resolution.
Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you start? I had, there was some dates and some things, but,
Well, I noticed the dates seemed wrong, but you just went through them already.
no, but I went through, some of the dates are in it, like November 3, 2022 has not yet occurred.
Well, there's also November 15, 1990. Are those proper historical dates?
Well, wait, let's go. So before we get there, let's just go through. So there's an entire, so on the first page, there's a whereas clause that lists a bunch of applications that was submitted to the building inspector, a bunch of documents. Now, we have never, as far as I recall, ever listed documents submitted to the building inspector. And I don't see any reason to include that here. So I want to take that entire whereas clause out.
So that is the.
Whereas the applicants through their attorney submitted the following documents to the village building inspector. I want to take that entire paragraph out.
Charlie, I think you intimated to me that you wanted to ensure that this resolution is very detailed for our benefit. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But I don't think why anything
Well, wait,
submitted.
yeah, Robin, you made your point, but let Charlie answer, because I think it's important because that's the record. This is an appeal from the building inspector, right?
But remember, we have a list then of the documents submitted to us, which is in many cases the same documents, and what was submitted to us is what's relevant, not what was submitted to the building.
But I don't think it's irrelevant. I understand, but I don't think it's irrelevant. I mean,
I have a real problem with it.
You have a real problem with it? What's the real problem with it?
I don't want to have it in here. I don't want to, there's no reason to put this in, period. And a lot of what they stuck in, I mean, it's again repeated for what they submitted to us, since nothing is relevant. The building inspector issued basically a denial and said you need a variance, and then they came here. Then they filed an application here. We were submitted with the documents provided to us. We were not given.
Charlie, does it make a difference if we take that out?
No, they are part of the record regardless. The only intent was that this application is getting a lot of attention, and we wanted to make sure it is incredibly comprehensive.
I don't have a problem with it, but Robin does, so let's
I
go.
really do. Okay, let me ask you this question. Charlie, how do you know this was submitted to the building inspector? Did anybody come to the board and say, see these documents that were submitted to the building inspector? No, they didn't. We don't even know this was submitted. How can we say this? So I would take it out.
Okay.
I was going to say, why are we listing all the documents submitted to the ZBA, since we've never done that before, but if you have some concerns and you want to list it, I'm okay with it.
Okay. So what else on the first page? Anything else? You want that out, right?
So I want that out.
That starts with, so that's the third, 1, 2, 3, the fourth whereas you want removed, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
And
Brian, please.
I will say that, I did have some issues with a couple of things on those lists because I couldn't find them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we ever saw what the
Okay,
building
you said that. Let's move ahead. We'll be here
So
till 4, and I'm not going to be. Okay, so then, so whereas the village made a determination that the area variances were required for the project. Okay, fine. How do you segue from, I guess, the project? Have we defined the project up to there? Oh, yeah, you defined it in the second whereas. Okay, fine. All right, next, on page 2. Do we need the word initial before public hearing?
Well, wait a minute. Before you get there, there's a list of documents. These documents were not all submitted on January 13th, 2022. Some of these
Submitted an
documents.
application of the requesting interpretation.
No. Whereas the
Just a
applicant
second.
through their attorney.
No. And I understand. So the words along with the following
Correct.
is the issue. So it's okay. So you're saying
Whereas they
someone,
submitted an application, whereas during if you want to list the documents, then we can say
Right.
during the pendency of this application.
Exactly.
Documents were submitted.
fine.
Exactly.
Or you can just say, and the applicant submitted the following. Pendency, it may have been before, it may have been at the inception, some of them. So just say, and whereas the applicant submitted the following.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
okay.
You
That's
good with
fine,
it,
too.
Charlie? Yeah, okay?
Yep.
Okay, fine. Then that's that list. Whereas the applicants appeared before the ZBA for. Do you need the word initial? I don't know. You
No,
mind?
you can take it out.
All right, you want it? I don't care. It's just an odd word. It's a precursor.
Okay, I took it out.
The applicant submitted the ZBA letter withdrawing its request for, okay, the area.
I think that the next whereas clause should say, after the public I mean, the point is, the reason they withdrew their application for an interpretation was because we essentially told them that we wouldn't consider it because we do this all the time. So,
well, they withdrew it. I mean, do you need to have a reason why?
well, we're saying things like they did it by letter. It's not saying they just withdrew it. So the applicant withdrew the request for an interpretation. And so they didn't withdraw the request. Oh, right. So they withdrew the request for maybe, seems to me, but that's fine.
For an interpretation that.
That's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, that's what they did.
That's what they did. That's fine.
That's
We
fine.
don't need to get into the why they did it because we told them that's why we've done, that's fine. Okay. Applicant submitted the following supplemental materials on March 3. Is that right? Or do you want to list this in the master list?
I think we should just list in the master list all
Yeah.
the documents that they
Charlie,
submitted.
okay?
Yep.
Charlie, so you're gonna take the 5, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items on page 3 and move them under the other list that's on page 2, right?
Yep, I will just tell you my intention for what it's worth
Okay.
is that, you had the public hearing on February 3rd and the submission on February 17th was essentially a response to comments on questions that were asked during the public hearing. So it shows that the board was diligent in asking questions, the public had comments, and then the applicant was diligent in responding to those. And that's why I had it timed
That's a
out.
good point. I like
Well,
that.
here's my problem with that. Now that I know that point, there's something else that never is said in here, and is one of my concerns with this whole resolution. Never in this application, and we need to say in this resolution, because we generally say we have in the past said this, and I think we need to say it, that we say nothing about the neighbors who appeared in opposition, submitted lots of materials in opposition. I think all of that is relevant. It looks now, if you read this resolution, that they submitted this stuff and then we voted and there was no opposition and everything was hunky-dory, and that's just wrong.
But Robin, we're not there yet. We're at the point of where to put these items.
I understand that, but my point is he doesn't have anywhere with the opposition.
Well, I know, but we haven't, so you'll bring that up, but right now we're in the middle of a sentence saying, what do you want to do with these 5 items? Is all
Right,
I'm
I understand, and my point is that.
I know your point.
Charlie,
Well,
no, David, Charlie's making the point that he wants to have these listed this way to indicate that the board was asking a lot of questions and that the board responded, whatever. But he never said anything. If we're going to do this, then it seems to me that we should say that,
I
there were a
understand.
lot of other things submitted by other people.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is,
I know.
we need to
but
finish the first sentence that you started. The issue we were discussing was, do you want this one separate or do you want it moved to the grouping of the others? That has nothing to do with what the other people
Yeah, it
did.
does. It
Well,
does.
we'll
and
come
that's
to
my
that.
point. and maybe I wasn't clear. Charlie said the reason he wanted to break it out this way was to show that they came to the board and then they responded to questions that the board had. But they were also responding to the comments and arguments and submittals prepared by their neighbors in opposition. And we haven't said anything like that. So given that this is the reason you want to say it this way, Charlie, do we need to say, whereas other people also submitted lots of materials?
Yes.
Right. So, I think Robin is right that if you're going to do something where you're going to show chronologically, asked, answered, that perhaps before this whereas clause, you should always put in, members of the community, whatever you want to say, neighbors, association, submitted X documents because they also submitted documents. And then when you get to this, you'll show what they answered, and then
I think we should avoid, yeah, I'm sorry.
Each time, if you want to stay in chronological order, you would have to sandwich in what everybody else was saying, because it was a significant portion of what we're hearing. We're hearing more than one side to this, from various neighbors and from the applicants themselves, and it actually changed the plan as we went along.
Right.
Which I think is very relevant for our considerations, because, let's say they did not, if you remember, they got rid of some of the blinds, the blind screening, which created this bulk in the view. And that was a direct compromise based upon the complaints. And that's something that we take into consideration, if we were to approve this, that the applicant actually went, and responded to certain complaints by decreasing the bulk in the setback that would impact the view.
So my concern is, Brian, that if I don't know what Charlie you think of this, but if we do this back and forth, then the problem is it's just one more thing to find an error in, because we're not perfect. So maybe we just list everything they gave. That's what you want to do. And then we make a reference separately to whereas the neighbors on two sides.
Well, listen,
we're not writing a brief here.
I agree with you that we're not going to be able to create an accurate treatise, nor do we have to, because everything is, part of the public record.
Correct.
So I wouldn't mind you lumping everything together as long as we're consistent. These are all the documents that the applicant and their counsel and their architect gave us throughout the course of our hearings. These are all but there should also be, these are all the documents that were provided to us by neighbors and concerned parties. There
were two neighbors, right?
Well, there were two neighbors, but there was also involvement of the homeowners association.
Well, it was not the association, it was just the officers of the board of it, right?
Yeah, but I think there was even a document that they wrote.
It was a submittal. Yeah, somebody submitted
Yeah.
a copy of a document from the.
No, because I remember asking the question of one of them. I said, is this voted on by everybody? And the guy said, no. It was
I
like,
think it's to kind of put this into context. I think it's a good idea to reference the other submittals.
Sure.
I will
Yeah.
add those.
all right. Yeah, sometimes zoning boards will actually mark everything as an exhibit as they go. So then if you want to move this up and lump this all together and just use your preface that says, instead of saying along with the following and during the course of the proceedings submitted the following.
I think Charlie said he was going to add a new whereas clause that said something like,
Okay.
whereas during the course of the hearings, of the whatever, the applicant submitted the following documents. Just a
Okay,
new whereas
fair
clause
enough.
with everything.
Okay. All right.
Something like that. I don't remember exactly what you
All
said,
right.
Charlie, but it was something like that.
So that whole list then is moving, so one location, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Well, that's contrary to, so I initially said I wanted it in chronological order to show that there was a public hearing, and then there were submissions, then there was a public hearing, then there were submissions, and the board had thought that was a good idea,
All
and
right.
but wanted the opposition to the project, their submissions listed, so I can
You
add,
have, you have a list of their submissions?
yes.
Okay. All right.
And
Wanna do it
the extent there
chronologically?
is anything, it's all in the record and
All right.
including, but
So you want to do it that way, Brian and Robin? You want to have them
Yeah,
do
that's
it
okay.
chronologically? That's fine if you can do
That's,
it.
that's fine. Yep.
I'm
It's-
impressed that you have that information. Robin and I would be
It's fine.
scratching.
Well, I mean,
Where it's true.
it even shows up on the agenda. It shows when things
Yeah.
were submitted.
right.
Okay. All right, so then that takes us through page 3, am I right? Before the
Yeah.
whereas the applicants for continued discussion.
Well, actually, on the top of page 3, I don't know if these dates are correct. I don't see I don't have my comprehensive, but it says November 15th, 1990, the ZBA resolution granting an area variance. Was that historically what happened?
That was the date of the area variance that they submitted that was relevant to the property, but I will
Okay.
confirm the dates.
All right, so that's, so the fact that it happened 32 years ago is not a mistake.
Right.
Okay.
On the first whereas that follows that, you said the applicant appeared on March 3, 2022. I don't like the word for continued discussions. It's for the public hearing.
Right.
For
Why
the-
don't we just say, yeah, I thought we could just say where there were additional public hearings on March 3rd and April 7th, at which the applicant appeared and made additional presentation or something.
Fine. Well, except if you want the chronology, then you don't go.
Oh, right, then you can't do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, you
Right.
can't do that. It's March 3, then it's March 9,
Right.
right? And then the applicant appeared before on April 7 for continued review for continued hearing. I just don't want review. These are not, this is not a
Continued
planning
hearing.
board. Yeah, for continued hearing.
Right.
And at the meeting closed the ZBA closed the public hearing, leaving the written comment period open until. Was it a general written comment period? I thought it was a very specific one. We kept it open for specified submission. It was the submission of the change.
I can put
Yeah,
provide.
do you remember what I mean, Robin or Brian? It was a specific thing.
Yes, it was a specific thing.
It
We
was
kept
a
open,
thing
but we
for
can't
the
tell you what it was.
change from the volume, remember?
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
can put.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, because you can't, I don't like things just open, you know.
But providing for a limited written comment period or
For a limit on specific item. Right.
yep, okay.
Yeah, because you asked how the increase related to the overall size of the
Precise.
house. And
On the volume, right, exactly.
and they gave us 2 numbers on that.
Right. Okay.
Okay, at the bottom of page 3.
Hold on,
there's
is there anything else before that on the, so where's my letter, the attorney, the applicant submitted to the ZBA? Oh, that's the April 21 letter, right?
Okay, so the next clause is, whereas the applicant's January 13th, 2022 application included. Well, why, if you want to do it in chronological order, why is this thing here and not up with the earlier chronology? I didn't understand why this was totally separate.
Good point.
Why is this?
Yeah. Is that
I mean, I
the,
was confused. And if you want to say that, and if the point of this paragraph was merely to say what the existing conditions are, then I don't think it's relevant when they submitted it. And I would say, whereas the applicant's materials showed that the existing.
well, except we have to, oh, I see.
Yeah, Robin's right.
Yeah, but.
Whereas
is-
the applicant's materials showed that, because it
Right.
was
Well,
already
this-
submitted, the date doesn't matter.
Right.
Oh, wait a second. Is this though, was this the January 13, was that new materials?
No, it was the survey that was provided with the application.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It makes no sense to
Oh,
be
so
here.
it's already referenced above.
Yeah, so I'm just.
Okay,
gonna
yeah, okay,
keep
fine.
out-
So I put down Zap. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Okay. All right, page 3 or 4, anybody? Speaketh?
Okay, yes, I have a, well, so this is so I don't understand why we have a whereas the project will slightly decrease the existing floor area ratio nonconformity and therefore I don't think that's necessary. Do we need to say that? They're not expanding the.
I think it's
All
important
that's
to
relevant
say,
is they're not increasing it. So all that's relevant is they're not increasing it. The reason no variance is required is not because they're decreasing it, but because they're not increasing it. So if you want to say something about it, then I would say the project will not increase the existing floor area nonconformity.
And in fact will decrease it slightly.
yeah,
Why
I think
not?
I put
think
in I put in that language to
Yeah, I like
show that the change that they're making is decreasing an existing nonconformity.
Yeah, but that's not the reason they don't need the floor a variance. The reason they don't need the variance is because it's not increasing it.
So I was
you
going to
Right.
propose taking out and therefore no area variances for floor area is required and just leaving it at that.
That's fine.
Will slightly decrease the existing.
That's fine.
floor area.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, anything else there? Following findings. Okay. Oh, you actually put that in the findings too, yeah.
Yeah, see, this is fine because this makes findings. The one that
Yeah, this is nice, this is nice. I
yeah,
like
this is the way it should is fine.
Very well done, Charles.
What's that?
I said very well done, but I said it in a squeaky voice.
Oh, I was like, who was that? Is there public comment session?
Didn't, the last on page 4, the last we deliberated at May 5th and not May 31st, and today we deliberated at it's May 5th and June 2nd.
Right, well, he wrote this before
I
somebody
understand that, but I'm
changed
just
our
telling him he needs to
agenda.
put that in.
Yep.
Right, so we were supposed to be seeing this on Tuesday, but
Yeah, but
there-
it didn't even have the Tuesday date and it didn't have anything except the May 5th date. So it would have needed a second date, whatever that date was.
oh, I thought that he had May 31st in here and we did not
No.
see it.
No.
Oh, okay.
At its May 5th and June
Second.
Right.
2nd. Charlie, you'll track this, right?
Yeah, I'm doing it in track changes.
Thank you, sir.
And I think you do need to say something about the opposition. Sorry, I know we've said that, but I want to.
Yeah, you're gonna put that in, Charlie, somewhere? And then the opposition was by,
The two neighbors. We usually say, because we usually say when neighbors have appeared and said they don't have objection, we say that. I think we need to say, whereas the neighbors on both sides submitted, opposed the application and submitted the following materials. And if you want to have it in chronology.
what were the grounds that we want to put it on the grounds, what, that it would obstruct their view? Isn't that the grounds?
I think
Well,
if
there's
you
various
just say that
things.
they opposed it and then list what they submitted, then.
Fine.
you can go to that.
Right, and do you want to break that down between 1280 Flagler and 1240 Flagler?
And do you want to put it in chronological order also, like you're doing for this one?
I think the way to do it is to note who submitted what in chronological order.
Fine.
Okay.
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 Okay, in the resolution, first now therefore be it resolved clause.
Into my witching hour, guys.
There's a sentence that said these area variances will permit the project to be improved 16.
What page, Robin?
Page
It's on
5.
page 4. Well,
No,
my
oh,
page.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I edited it and tracked changes for myself so I know what I changed. And so I
David,
have
it's the first now therefore be it resolved.
Right.
It's
Right.
the second sentence.
There's a sentence that says these area variances will permit the project to be improved. Do we need that sentence in there? I mean,
No.
I don't really have a problem with it. It's not something I usually see.
Yeah, well, also it's will permit the project to be improved.
Yeah, and that's
Well,
right.
you will permit the project to, or whatever, but these are from the
I
southern.
think you should take the sentence out.
Because we're not changing the distance to the property line.
Right.
So we're not improving it to that. That condition is currently existing. We're adding volume.
I can take that out, and what I'll do is where I list the area variances, I'll make that a defined term of area variance with capital A, capital E.
Okay,
Just reference that.
fair enough.
And okay, so the first finding, C says the requested area variances do not create any additional nonconformities or further or increase further. It's not increase further, it's extend further.
Okay.
Extend pre-existing nonconforming.
Very well. I like that. That's good.
Yeah,
Then in
that's good.
2B, it says other means of for achieving the same, just the English, and we don't know that. So all we know is that the applicant said that other methods would create. I can come up with, oh, well.
What point are you on? What letter?
B, the question of other means for achieving this same benefit would create increased impervious surface.
The wrong thing. Okay.
I don't know if that's, we didn't have them show, we asked them, they told us, we didn't get plans. I would, I'm a little troubled with making a definitive statement that says, we have made a finding that if anything else wouldn't work.
Well, hold on. Let me say one thing. The benefit that they're specifically seeking here, why they're building, the way they're building it, was the specific benefit was to create usable space where they just have the dormers and to stay above the current foundation. That is a specific benefit that they're looking for that they cannot achieve through any other means. They could build somewhere else and get more square footage, but that's not specifically what they said. They said, look, we have these dormers and we have the roof coming down there. And so we have the floor ratio, but we don't have the height. That is a specific benefit that cannot be done any other way.
But I don't think they were, I'm not sure that's right. I mean, they said that, but it was really in the context of what they were doing. They weren't coming in and saying, we have some dormers, and so we need to fill in the space. They were expanding their building. They needed to expand it, and they made a decision that a good place to expand it was within the dormers. But they didn't fill in the dormers because it's like, we have dormers, so we need to fill it in. No, they were expanding the floors.
They said, no, hold it. No, they're saying, they said two things specifically. They're not expanding the floor over in that area. The floor exists. What doesn't exist is the height, because the walls come down and you have dormers come out. So they specifically said that they want to create ceilings right there, and they also want to have those sides of the building over the current foundation for support. So they did specifically say that the floors are already there, but we can't use them because the roof slopes down over.
Exactly. But my point is, they wanted to have increased their amount of usable space. That's my point. They weren't just raising the roof because we have to raise the roof because we have this. They could have left the existing building the way it is and nothing would have required them to change anything. So they were doing it this way. They were increasing usable space, and how they were increasing usable space was by redesigning. They're completely redesigning the house, and they're raising the roof. So I don't want to say they did it for two specific reasons, to fill in the dormers. That's how they were doing. They also certainly said that to do anything else, that if they put the floor area anywhere else, it would require them to increase the impervious surface. They did specifically say that.
Okay, and what I'm trying to say here is, are you on 2B?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, what they're saying is other means of achieving this same benefit.
Right.
And I'm saying this same benefit, it's completely unique, that they have a floor where they just don't have the ceiling height over the floor. So in order to make that floor space that they currently have usable, it's unique. It's the only place that they could do it.
Right, but they could. But you see, Brian, what they're getting at the end of the day is they're getting increased floor space in their building. That's what this is for. They're not doing this in order to just fill in space for an abstract reason. They're doing it because they have more space.
Right.
So that's the purpose. And they did it in this way.
But that's the benefit.
But I would not agree to say they only came in to do it was unique that they only did this to fill in the space, because I don't think that's what they were doing. They wanted to increase their space and redesign what their building looks like.
I actually think that they decreased their overall FAR, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I think you're right.
And they decreased their FAR.
Yes, but they did it. They redesigned their building. What they were doing is redesigning their house.
Right.
And when they
But
decreased
the benefit they wanted from it was to increase the size, correct?
No, the benefit they wanted from it was to redesign the house.
They redesigned the house to make the floor space that they have usable in certain areas, like the dormers. And don't get me wrong, they added more in other places, and they traded the garage space for it that they're removing. So I don't think, the benefit that they're seeking, I guess it's not homogeneous. It can't just be said that the only benefit they're looking for is in the dormer area. Although I do feel that is a unique feature that they can't replicate somewhere else. But then again, they added more space in other areas.
And they never said, well, the only thing we want to do is fill in the dormers, and if we can't fill in the dormers, we don't need to do this project. They were redesigning the floor space, and they decided this worked really well based on their very modern design. So
how can we, is there anything, I can understand why Charlie wrote that, and I can understand that that's what the applicant had said. Is there any way that we can say that differently to show that, it is a benefit? The redesign is a benefit, is a unique benefit.
I don't think it's unique, and I don't think it's a benefit.
How about other means of achieving the use of the?
What I'm saying, what my concern is that they said to us that they couldn't, that if they didn't do it this way, they said this, that any other means for that, if they did it in any other way, right, which implies they weren't intending just to do the dormer, it would increase the impervious surface or extend further or something like that. They said this.
Well, is that in there? That's in there somewhere else or
but
not?
he says, well, but here's my concern with this pattern. The only reason I have a problem with this is other means for achieving the same benefit. I guess it's okay. I forget, you could leave it. I don't have a problem. I think it's clear. The applicants are seeking relief to remove the dormers and straighten the side walls to create increased livable space on the second floor. That's what they're doing. Increase livable space on the second floor and straighten the walls. That's
So we're
exactly
good
what
with
they're
it?
doing.
Okay.
That's an A, and then B says that, any other way would have a different impact.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's
That's-
fine. I
yeah.
take back my comment, and I think it's fine the way it is.
Okay. By the way, when you're done with this area, I do want to go back to,
I'll go back now so we can do it in order so that.
okay, so under number one, my biggest takeaway, or bit of personal deliberation on whether or not it has a detriment to nearby properties. Now, we said that, I believe on the south side, it was very minimal, and we had no problem with it. But on the north side, one of the things that we were talking about is the fact that the property there is not developed, or it's speculative, or this or that, and that really, while all of that is true, I think we should consider the fact that any new build on that, on the undeveloped property, it wouldn't have southern views anyway, because not only is this house there, but the house in 1280 is there. And I don't think that the requested variance is going to change that property's views one way or another. In addition, if somebody wanted to put up large shrubs, they could, and they'd have even less, feeling of space between the properties. There really is no southern view from either the undeveloped property or from 1240, because again, you currently have a structure. They have, as of right, the ability to go up in the middle.
Right.
So
But
it
the
doesn't
as of
matter.
right aspect, that's
And in addition to that, and I think it might be very relevant, there's no shadowing from that property. The sun goes east to west. It's not as if you're building something which is going to be tall, and the sun is going to be hitting it in a way to throw shade on that property all day. That's not the orientation of these properties. I just really wanted to see whether or not there was going to be any detriment to a nearby property or its value in terms of it being able to be developed. And the more I looked at it, the more I do not feel that this specific project would provide more detriment than what's currently there. They don't have a view. They're not increasing. They're not encroaching further into the setback. They're not shadowing. So I think if the other members agree, perhaps we could add some of that to number one.
Brian, have for 1G, where it says the lot immediately to the north of the premises is vacant, I added, and any speculative development on such lot would not be adversely impacted by the granting of the area variances because it does not have southerly views.
I don't agree with that. I think that the way they designed their house, I would not want to say anything about that because I don't agree. I think that when they're designing that lot, somebody's going to design a building on it. And when they design the building, they're going to design it based on what exists at the time. And because to the extent that they design it based on the way this house is constructed today, they will design it with one way, and they will have, they might have some views. They'll angle it in a certain way to have views, whatever. They will do it differently if this building is built. So I do not want to say that it will not affect the development because I'm not sure that's correct, and I would never want to say something like that.
But you could say that their development of the house next door is not going to be obstructed, or will not be impacted by this relatively minor.
I don't know if that's correct. As I'm saying, I think that it will be, but I don't think that's relevant. I think that
But would you agree that it leaves them with
they can
ample?
design a building that
Okay.
will be the appropriate building for the site.
So then what you could say is that any future planning on that vacant property, if they ever elect to build on it, there will certainly be room for it to be built within the confines under the zoning code. I mean, it's not being.
That's all. That's right.
Right. By the way, my point wasn't to deal with the speculative development of the property next door. My point is that this variance or this plan is not going to add to any detriment.
Right.
Because you currently don't have southerly views.
Okay, that's good.
For that
What about-
area, and it will not increase shadowing on the property.
Won't the house, if they build next door, impact this house?
No.
Okay.
I mean, listen, I'm just trying to say, you're not, obviously we said we're not going closer to the lot line. There is structure that already exists in this view line. And just because some of it is, the volume is now, a little bit more there, it's not going to decrease any views. Especially with the fact that 1280 is already looks like the same footprint as what they're trying to build. And it won't do shadowing. It may not be necessary. I just
I don't know. Charlie, any input?
It was just a little bit more depth that I went into in trying to see whether or not it was going to cause a detriment to nearby properties.
You can be somewhat conclusory in the findings, can't you? I mean, if you ever have to litigate this, you have the facts. You've got one of the.
Yeah, and you also have the discussion this board just had.
This is true.
About this sentence.
Well, I think that it bodes well, but you have it in your G. I mean, the idea. I mean, there's nothing major. If someone's got an empty lot, they'll build within their reality. They'll build. Right. I really do think so. I mean, this does nothing. This does not inhibit or impede their ability to build a proper structure.
Correct.
You know what?
That it does.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that we do need to avoid things that people may try to prove us wrong on.
Because I really do think that it's like this does not inhibit or impede somebody from building on a vacant lot next door. I don't know. Whatever you think.
So are we leaving it as is?
Okay, with it as is.
Leave it as is.
As is.
Because the most definite thing is the fact that it's not going to be closer to the lot line.
Yeah.
Right.
Next up.
That's a fact.
This is. Anything else on this page, folks? 5?
On page. Okay, so I would say, and 2C, I wouldn't say, I don't think that sentence really is meaning, I don't like it. The project will use the existing legal nonconformities. They don't use existing legal nonconformities. I think you should take that first sentence out, and they are creating an additional nonconformity because they're putting more volume in it. So I would say go back here that, I would just take C out.
Charlie, you want to show that it's within the confines of that, right?
I don't think it's needed for this one. We say it in the first one. I don't think it's necessary for the fact the benefits sought by the applicants cannot be achieved by some other method. The fact that they are not increasing the non-conforming or decreasing it has nothing to do with whether it can be achieved by some other method. So I don't think C is needed.
I'm okay with taking it out because it's addressed in B above.
Right, that's okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Charlie?
I'm okay with taking it out because that concept is addressed above in subsection B.
Now, what about F? Is that a statement that we can make?
Yeah, we can't say the applicant stated that they.
We can say that. You can say before submitting it, the applicant represented that prior to.
Right, and
Yeah.
that's fine.
That's
But
fine.
we can't say the applicants did it because we
Yeah.
don't know they did it.
Okay, Charlie?
Yep.
And wait, going back to D, I have my problem with D is the same as my problem with C, that the decreasing the existing FAR floor area has nothing to do whether it can be achieved by some other method. So I would take out D also.
Yeah, that's addressed in B above too.
Okay.
Okay.
The formatting of the next one, I just think you just should clarify because it was a little confusing to me, but I guess it's okay. So A was for the following reasons. A is not substantial because maybe instead of when considering the following factors, shouldn't we just make it simple? The 3.25 foot minimum side yard variance for the southern property line is not substantial because.
Okay.
And make it really direct.
And the same for B.
Yeah. And then I would take out the area variances would allow building within pre-existing non-conforming setback because that doesn't go to the issue of, is this not substantial? The fact that they're built, and if you want to say that it will allow building, I think we should say that the whole point here is the total, right? They gave us all these numbers. The total volume of the additional space that they are putting into the non-conforming side yard is only X square feet, and it was a small amount. I think that's what we need to put here.
Okay, I agree.
The fact that it doesn't exceed the building height requirements is not relevant, so I would take that out.
What section is that?
That was to Romanet 3 under A, 3A Romanet 3. The area variances do not exceed the building height requirements. I would take that out. Doesn't tell you why the 3.25 minimum side yard variance is not substantial. It has nothing to do with the fact that it doesn't need a variance for height.
Yeah, I just put it in there to express it under totality of the circumstances.
Oh, I mean, then we should say it someplace, but it has nothing to do with that there. And the same thing in the next one, I would take out the height thing because it's not relevant to these factors. I mean, we don't list all the things it doesn't do, and we don't list all the things it complies with.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why we're listing that as something it complies with. We don't say it complies with lot coverage. We don't say that. We don't say any of the other things that it does not, that it complies with. So I would take out the height because I don't think it's any more relevant than any other piece.
So what are we leaving in A? We're leaving in,
Everything except, so we're leaving in
Right.
what was 2 and 4.
we're leaving in 2 and 4, correct?
And
And
we're
adding a number to
adding
how much,
square footage.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good.
And then you should add I think you should add that square footage should go into the combined side yard too, because it's relevant to that one too.
Yep, I already made that note.
Okay, perfect. Then in 4, I would take out the height again, but I have a real problem with your D, 4D, or what was 4E, because what was the E? The area variances are a type 2 and therefore statutorily do not have any significant environmental impacts.
Yeah.
I would take that out because if you put that in here, what you're saying is that for every single variance, we never have to consider this factor because of the type 2. And I don't think that's right. The fact that it's got an adverse effect doesn't mean that it has a significant adverse effect under secret. They're not the same thing. We could determine that something had an adverse effect on the neighbors, even if it's a type 2. I would absolutely take out that last sentence. I think it's a real problem.
Okay.
Brian, you good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
that's
And trying to list, I can understand why it was done, but trying to list everything, that we don't typically list in terms of justification is not necessary. I just don't know whether or not, you know what, if something, I don't know, if something comes up in the future, we can always throw that in.
I don't think we should ever throw that in, Brian.
No, not in here, not in here.
But in any of them, I don't think it should ever be thrown in, because if we throw it in anywhere, then
Not my point.
Oh,
It's not what I'm saying at all.
misunderstood you then.
And I don't want to go further with my thoughts. I think Charlie understood.
Okay. I would take out height from 5. And that's it. Okay. Now, if you want to say something about that,
what did you say about 5?
Brian,
What did you say about 5?
I would take out, oh, sorry,
The height.
6. It's under 6. I misread where it was. My formatting is confused here.
No, you're right. It's under 5.
Okay.
5C, the proposed improvements are
Yeah.
within the building height restrictions.
I would take that out. Now, I think, Charlie, to go to your concern about saying something like that, I think if you want to say something that the building will comply in all other respects with the requirements of the village zoning code, we could put in a sentence like that. And that would cover everything, not just height.
Okay.
And I'm okay
And-
with saying something like that.
Right, and that could be in and of itself,
Right.
which is good. I think that's good to have in there.
Charlie, on 5.
Yes.
It's not a self-created in an area variance is not an end all, right?
That's correct. That's right in the statute.
Right.
Actually,
I know what I want
Charlie,
to say on this one, on 5, shouldn't we, doesn't the statute say, Charlie, that,
Yeah, that's right.
doesn't the statute say that something to the effect of just because it's self-created?
Right.
But
Yeah, that's what I was just commenting on, that it's not an end all under the statute. So you
Right, but
might want to
it's
make
not-
reference to it.
we're not giving this less weight because they're building within we're not giving it less weight because of these reasons. In part, we're giving it less weight because the statute says you give it less weight. But I think we need to say, however, in balancing the factors above, this is given, however, this is in considering the totality of the circumstances.
And the totality of the size of the variance.
Correct.
See, I think it's the size of the variance, the statute, that makes that de minimis. And it's not like they're gonna, they're going all gung ho here. But within the pre-existing non-conforming area is fine. A, I like A. B is fine.
No. My problem, David, is not that we give this less weight because the statute essentially says you give it less weight.
I understand that. So
You can't say this is given less weight because of these reasons. We're giving it less weight because the statute says we give it less weight, but these are the factors we consider. But in terms of weighting, the weighting is based on the statute. We don't give it less weight because they're building within a pre-existing non-conforming area.
Okay.
It's more like a question of why are we giving it less weight?
Well, no, but that is one of the reasons.
No, but the way that Robin is describing it is
I'm good.
technically accurate.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. So
Charlie,
it's
you
the-
good?
Yeah, I'll use the language from the village, New York Village.
Right, good.
And then you can
Charlie-
say that in considering the totality, these are the considerations that made it, but it's not, yeah.
And Charlie, I think that line that we had spoken about in terms of meeting all other village codes could be put on the end of number 6 in replacement for or within the building height requirements for the R20 district. You can say, and is in compliance with all other aspects of the village code.
Yeah, I'll use that same language.
Yeah, so that's I think that's the proper place to put this.
Okay.
Now, when we go, be it further resolved, number 2, I've seen this before, shall complete construction with 18 months. Is that a number we're just coming up with? Because I have a house right across from me, which has been under construction for 2 years. Is 18 months appropriate given, given this project, or is that by code?
That is language that has been in prior similar area variances for residential properties. We can change complete construction to commence construction, or whatever the board would like.
There's something in the code, though.
You look it up.
There is something in the code about construction. I don't remember what it is. But there are other things that we usually say in terms of be it, oh, no, never mind. Maybe we don't. Maybe I'm mixing up my, hold on a second. Oh, no, never mind. It's in the BF. I was looking at the wrong thing. Yeah.
So do we want to say complete construction, or can we say
We
commence
usually have
construction?
said that we've said this, and then we say unless extended, so basically they have to come back. But I thought we were doing 24 months. I can't remember, because it
I
used to
would-
say 12 months. It always said 12 months, and obviously that wasn't.
What do we have here, 18?
Yeah, I thought we had moved it to 824.
Why don't you go to 24? You have a problem?
Yeah, I'd be more comfortable with 24.
Yeah, particularly, yeah.
And I also think that under number 4, we said, applicant from complying with all other applicable village laws and regulations. Do we want to make that more comprehensive? Do we want to say state, federal?
I think we just take out the word village.
I can put village, state, and federal laws and regulations, or just
No, I think
Why
she's
is that
right.
all applicable laws and regulations?
She's right. Just take out village.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't qualify it.
Fine, good. Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Less is more.
Yeah. You could put down subject to some.
Oh, excuse me.
Robin, you better get a cup of coffee. We got a lot more to go.
Got a huge presentation tomorrow. Just had to write a note to myself to remember to wear a suit and tie tomorrow. It's been a long time.
Well, listen, I just want to put it out there. I would at least like to try to make an attempt to close 1631. I mean, to do the resolution on 1631 Winfield because of their
it's fine.
hardship request.
Yes, fine.
That's fine. Can we, oh, never mind. We discussed that. You're gonna-
So,
Yeah, okay, let's do 1631 and then let's,
well, so on this one, hold on. What I would, given the time, because we're way past the time, we're now at the time stage. What I would suggest we do is, or consider is, vote on it. And then but the revisions, subject to all the revisions, and they be circulated so that everybody has a few days to confirm that they reflect what we voted on. All right.
That's okay, because I think we need to look at it again.
I think so, but I think we can vote to say we're approving it as modified, and then say in further that the modified version will be circulated.
I don't think we need to put that in the resolution. though,
Okay,
that
we
we're
don't,
not-
fine, you're right, you're right. I won't sign it for 2 days, a couple of minutes. Take, all right, I think so. All right, so is there a motion on this? Oh, I'll move it. I'll move to adopt it. I'll move for the resolution as revised during our discussion and deliberation of this date.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay. Robin?
Yes.
I'll
Wait,
vote-
I wanted to say one thing. I just, because, at the last meeting and figure out I had some concerns about how I was going to vote. But I realized that at the end of the day, our variance is really limited to what the statute tells us we can consider. So based on that, I think we have to approve.
Does that mean you vote yes?
Yes,
Okay. Brian?
just explaining.
Yeah, and the same explanation for me. It's simply, we're reviewing this project as given to us. And, based on, and if it changes, then, our approval is worth nothing. But in terms of what this project is proposing, I vote yes.
I think it's not a major thing. I think it's been very, very carefully examined by the neighbors, by the people. I think applying the legal standards, I mean, it's otherwise, this is what variances are for. And as far as the unknowns, I mean, if they decide not to build it, they won't build it. If they decide there are other issues, they'll deal with it. So I vote yes. Okay.
Thank you.
It's passed. All right, and you'll send it so we can review it for filing, correct? Thank you. We'll go from there. All right, now the next matter is, one second, resolutions. I have this.
Brian suggested we do Winfield.
That's fine. Winfield is fine. Winfield, one day remind me.
I had some comments on the resolution.
Yeah, this is 08 AV 22. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
there we-
Robin.
Yeah,
I have to read my notes.
Oh, also, you got here, the board closed its hearing on May 5, is that when it did? Yeah, I guess it did.
well, yeah, no, actually, this is what I had remembered. You have
Yeah.
to take out the whereas, the second to last whereas clause
Yeah.
on the second page, because we did not deliberate on May.
Right, the May,
31st.
that's what I did. Right.
Or perhaps you should know, just change that date to June 2nd.
Are we
Yeah.
talking about the last resolution or this resolution?
We're talking about
Winfield,
631 Winfield Avenue.
right. Says May 31st.
Good morning, Charles. And soon we'll say that with meaning.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm going back to page 1.
Yeah,
Starts at the very beginning.
So the next to last whereas clause on page 1 says, whereas the proposed addition, it's the same issue I had on the other one, within the existing side yard nonconformance. But if it is within the existing nonconformance, then it doesn't need a variance. It's because it's increasing the nonconformance, because we're putting more footprint in the non-conforming side yard, even though we're not reducing the amount of that side yard further.
So what whereas clause was that? I'm sorry, I just pulled up.
It's the next to last whereas clause on page 1.
Okay.
Right, it's not that it's within, it's that it's, it's the whole concept of they are increasing. They're not increasing the non-conformance, but they are building new footprint in there. They're
right.
just
So
not-
so instead of and within, you have to say it does not encroach further into the existing side yard. Non-conform. Oh, no, actually, that's not true, is it?
I can use the same language from the first one we did where it says it does not decrease.
Right.
It
is putting more I think it needs to be clear, it's adding more footprint within the the depth of the existing, of the side yard non-conformance or something like that, whatever it is. Because that's what
Okay.
it's doing, it's putting more footprint in there.
Okay.
Now, the first whereas clause on the next page says, whereas the proposed addition includes an area 1 foot. This was very confusing.
Yeah, but you figured it out. The last thing we did, you figured it out because we had all of the details. I think it was 4 feet by 1.6. What was it, Charlie?
Yeah, you had, yes, it was 4 feet by 1.6, and because you have.
You figured out the sliver, Robin.
Right, but what I'm saying is, it's just the language doesn't work. Includes an area 1 foot 6 inches in length that is within. I mean, that's confusing. That doesn't, and even if I know what this is, I didn't understand that, is my point. I just think you need to rewrite that to be clearer on what it's doing, Charlie.
Okay.
And again, it's the same thing within the existing side yard nonconformities. It isn't that it's within, it is and it isn't. I mean, it has to make it clear they're putting more footprint in their non-conforming side yard, so they are increasing that.
Okay.
And just so you know, a couple of years ago, as I recall, I don't remember any of the details of the project, we actually turned one down that was doing this, I think, because even though it was in the, within the same side yard, they were putting a lot of footprint there, and it was in a portion that was right next to the neighbor, and was a problem because it was so close to the neighbor in that area. It was a big issue. So the mere fact that it was within it didn't extend further, it didn't decrease the side yard nonconformance, wasn't the issue. The point is, it is still increasing the amount within that side yard. They're putting more footprint in there. That's relevant. I mean, he's sort of treated as if that's not relevant, but it is relevant.
Okay.
Okay. The area variance, 2 foot area variance along the southerly side above the existing garage within the existing single side yard setback as the sentence are no greater than the existing nonconformities, but they are, you have to somehow incorporate into this next whereas clause that lists the variance where they are increasing the footprint within that non-conformance, but it's a small amount and it isn't having a detrimental impact. I mean, that's the point. It's not very much and it's a small amount.
Okay.
Then the other comment is on page, you don't have page numbers on this. It's the same, whereas after you have the type 2 at the bottom of whatever page that is, then the next page begins, whereas the board recognizes the following. I had the same issue as I did on that other, which is not recognizing the following. It's making findings, and you should do what you did in the Flagler variance resolution, which is based on the above, or whatever. Now, therefore, the board makes the following findings.
Right, using the code language.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll move that.
Yeah.
And so then at the end of 1, it says, moreover, the roof will not exceed the height. I would take that out. I don't think it's relevant.
Where was that? Sorry, I was still.
The last sentence on the first finding.
Oh, yeah, that was what you were referencing earlier.
Yeah, that should come out. Then number 2 says, because of the size and configuration of the premises, the premise, you're talking, it's not the premises. The premises is a pretty standard lot. It's because of the size and configuration of the existing building on the premises.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Then number 3, the area variants are not substantial because they do not increase the pre-existing nonconformity. That's not why they're not substantial. They're not substantial because it's a small area.
And it does not increase the distance to the lot line.
Right, but the main issue is it's not a lot of space that it's doing that.
It's de minimis.
Yeah, it's the same comment that we've kind of been battling all night.
Right.
That
Well, number 4, I don't know whether or not you want to, include it. Now, obviously, are the variances self-created by the applicant? I think perhaps we should note somewhere, perhaps we could say, while the area variances are self-created by the applicants, it should be noted, that the reconstruction was required by FEMA to move all living space above the
Right, that's
floodplain.
good. That's good, Brian. I think that's what you should say here instead of what he says. That's good.
Yeah, I think you should put it in there because, it gives a lot of weight to this.
Yeah, that's very.
These applicants, had the flood not come, they wouldn't have done anything.
So should be noted, the reconstruction was required by FEMA, and then I missed what you said after that. Just so
To move all living space above the floodplain.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
And you can make that sound more legit if you want.
My other comment on these findings is there are 5 findings. You only have 4 here. So we need the 4th finding, the 5th finding.
So that is impact to the environmental conditions of the neighborhood.
I would say, they're, and they are putting more impervious surface. So,
Well, I think you'd be better off saying that it is improving
that's fine.
health, safety, and welfare, of the individuals living within the floodplain. Also, what happens with these flood houses, if you don't move the living area and the flood comes up, it can hit the wires, it can hit the gas lines, you could have a fire. So it's significantly improving the health, welfare, and safety of not only the occupants, but the surrounding neighbors.
Perfect. Charlie, put what Brian said in.
Got it.
That was good. That's right. Okay, can we vote?
Well, I'm just gonna take that on the be it further resolved, number 5, I'm gonna take out the word village.
Yeah.
Got a motion, guys?
I move to adopt it as revised. Amended.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Brian,
Yes.
Marvin?
Yes.
Yes. All right, it is now 11:49. Is Madison a pressing one or just closed?
I don't know, I think it has some complicated details in terms of what variances we want to provide.
I want to go home.
All right. You're home.
Well, you know what I mean.
All right, so I'll find out about a July meeting.
Was there something else we had to take up tonight, David, on litigation or something?
There's an Article 78, right?
Yes, there is, and if you want to take it up, we should do so in executive session.
Well, can you just say what it is, or we don't need to do more than that right now, do we?
No, so there was.
I mean, you're not giving away secret arguments on legal
No,
position.
I'll keep it brief. There is an Article 78 filed by the applicants. That was 524 Waverly. It was related to the outdoor storage.
Oh, right.
Essentially, the petition asserts that it would have been appropriate as an area variance. Our firm has been retained to handle the litigation. I believe papers and the record are due on June 20th.
I had a question on this. I don't know if it's inappropriate. I don't care about the openness. They're gonna see your papers anyway. But isn't there a failure to exhaust?
So we should discuss this in the executive session.
Okay, all right. Can we do that now? Not really. No, I guess not. Forget it.
If we need to do something before June 20th, then we need to do it now.
Can we, Can we get
We
rid
can
of?
go to executive session, can't we?
Yeah.
Our office just got retained and we have our land use litigators reviewing the record. So we could schedule another time to have an executive session and they could be involved, or we could do it now, whatever you would like to do.
That might be better. And, you know, Greta could also probably be, you know, if we could coordinate, it doesn't have to take that much time either.
And it's a Zoom meeting, and assuming and that one I think we could do by Zoom anyway, because it's not a hearing, it's just a public meeting. Charlie, am I right based on?
I'll
Do we
have
have
to
to
check
move
the
for-
new legislation, but we would just probably likely have to open up a public meeting, immediately go into executive session, come out of executive session, close the public meeting.
Oh, we can't, oh, I see. All right. So we notice a public hearing.
No, you would just have to post an agenda, put it on the website as soon
And
as
the agenda will be
executive session.
discuss pending litigation. All right. All right, Charlie, fine. Just send me an email tomorrow with a couple of dates. I mean, does it matter? I mean, people are around for the next week or so, next 10 days,
Yes.
for bad time. All right. Pick a
Yeah,
couple of times. I'm just curious. Can you know what you could do, Charlie? Can you email us a copy of the petition? Is it lengthy?
I think it was forwarded to all the board members, but
Yeah,
I
I
can,
think we
it's
saw
not
it.
lengthy, but I can send it around.
Oh, okay. No, then I probably did look at it, just didn't. Yeah, this is the one where we basically said it's a use variance. You're gonna need a use variance, right?
Yeah, and we can take it up in executive session too, once we get a date.
All right, this is, and who's representing them?
I believe it is Mr. Noto.
All right. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Good. All right, so,
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
let's deliberate. All in favor, hang up. All right, I'll vote yes. I have a
Chair.
question for you. I'll leave you with this. Do you really need a second? Because I don't think you ever need a second on a motion, on a variance.
Charlie, did you need something?
I need something. This
Oh,
is
Dennis.
So Waverly will not be discussed. Madison will not be discussed. Winfield, did we go over Winfield?
Yeah, we did.
Yes.
Yeah, you were babysitting, my friend.
No. Believe me, I'm not even near my kids right now. I can't imagine.
We
approved
We
Winfield.
approved it.
Okay, because I just saw that Richard disconnected now. That made me curious. I'm like, why was he still on? Because I could have sworn we went through it. I don't know if it was being kicked back to the end of the meeting, but he just disconnected not even 3 minutes ago. He just left the meeting as an attendee.
Because we approved it, so he's done.
Yeah, I know, but he left 3 minutes ago. I mean, it was spoken about a while before. So, okay, that's great.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Be well. Have a happy, Dennis. Be well. There's a motion to adjourn. There's a second. Then all in favor, leave.
Aye, okay.
Aye. Take care.
Good night, everybody.
All right, we'll
Good
talk
night.
about, and Charlie, I'll
Good
talk to you
morning.
soon. We'll set
Almost
that up
good
later.
morning.
Good morning.